Hello, everybody, and welcome to Pirates of the Red Isles. I am your host, Wuten, and today we've got some interesting stuff planned. First things first, let's introduce our crew here from left to right. GutiSerenade playing as Captain Saphyrus, Storm Tamer Ortruda.
Greetings!
And next to him, we have Aesop being played by Chaotic.
As always, a pleasure, friends.
And next to him, we have our ship bosun Nagaina, played by Luna Farrowe.
Hello.
And next to her, we have our ship's sailing master, played by Frieda, played by Solar, rather.
Are you
Hello.
sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Who's playing who here?
True.
You're all playing me. Anyway. Last but certainly not least, our cabin girl, Ryuuko, played by Kai.
I'm Wuten now. I'm playing Wuten, actually.
Yeah.
The
Can I
DM.
level up? Can I level up, Kai?
Yes, we are all now level 20.
We're all
Fucking
we're all
sweet.
level 20 with 10 mythic levels.
Excellent.
Oh, hell yeah.
God.
Mythic
5-hour
level
time stop.
alchemy. I
Anyway,
wonder how good
Let's
that
go fight the
is.
devil.
let's go fight the
Oh,
devil
again?
from the Bible.
Hey
Ready
guys,
for me to
it's
one-shot him
me,
again?
the devil.
The devil.
All
One
right.
shot
Let's go fight the
time.
devil.
Yeah. All right. So, last time on Pirates of the Red Isles, our crew managed to finally secure their letter of marque. First up was Hana going up against Hans in a race against unfurling the sails from the rigging. And Hana managed to win that spectacularly. And then it was a three-way battle between Aesop, Nagaina, and Sadak Goldtooth of the first mate of the Hurricane King himself. Nagaina managed to last long enough to actually knock Sadak Goldtooth on his ass at the same time that she knocked herself out. It was quite the spectacle. Aesop
Respect.
respect. Aesop did a wonderful attempt, but it looks like grit and horrible alcoholism managed to come out on top this time around.
Baby.
And last but certainly not least, there was the trial against the giant. What was it? It was the
Some kind of
Big
weird
dead.
sea giant creature.
yeah.
Fish
It was the marsh giant, fish pork, if I remember right. Yeah, that
Yep.
dude. That dude. Yeah, and he was dispatched of with relative ease by the ship officers of the party. And with that, they secured their letter of marque and a party in celebrating themselves with none other than the Hurricane King Kurdak Bonefist, who made
In
himself.
fact, does have a bone fist.
He does in fact have a bone fist, where he gets the name from, and he
Not a very
I
subtle
wonder how
guy.
it feels.
he gave a rousing speech after getting the attention of everyone by killing one of the partygoers that wouldn't shut the hell up, and congratulated the party on their win, and made clear that he is very excited to see what kinds of profits they will bring in for the free captains and himself in turn. So,
And
during
there
that
was
party,
much dancing and much merriment.
yes, dancing and much merriment was had. Ryuuko, Hana, and Saphyrus all danced in turn. Frieda as well. I think Aesop and Nagaina. Aesop, I think, was recovering from the drinking contest, and Nagaina was diving more into another drinking contest.
They were trying to do some kind of a dance. I forget what.
Some kind of dance.
Haka.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah, they
haka.
were-
Yeah, that's what it was.
They were, yeah, she was trying to
Yeah.
teach them the haka, but she was too drunk to do it properly.
Yeah.
But they got the idea.
Yeah,
And somehow Cubados was showing them both up.
I remember that. Yeah.
I don't know
perfect.
how, but
But in addition
Look,
to that,
Cubados had the spirit.
yeah.
Cubados had the spirit.
hmm And in addition to that, one Tessa Fairwind made known that she would like to have her own private celebratory dinner with the party tomorrow. And so you guys will be able to, he's the Hurricane King. He can pull some strings. He did mention that he'll expedite your inland travel into the city proper to enjoy all of its spoils. And I think we're gonna slide into that today.
Excellent.
We're going to slide straight into that city.
Slide straight into that city, yes. So, with that, we will open on the following day, everyone waking up hangover style.
Apparently Hannah had way too much to drink.
Yes, way too much to drink, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Cygnus is feeling sick, and so will be unable to join us today. But
And so Hannah is also sick.
Hana got Nagaina's hangover.
yeah, there you go.
I fucking curse you with my hangover.
Just pass it on to someone else. And so, everyone
That
waking
sounds
up.
like a fucking witch's curse.
Yeah. But everyone waking up hangover style to one of the attendants of the Hurricane King making their way over, just silently nudging each of you awake and informing you that with the Hurricane King's word, you are now free to move about Port Peril for this visit. So,
Uwe.
yeah.
Cool.
So feel free to awaken as you recover from that probably one of the most rambunctious parties you've ever been a part of. At least in recent memory.
Yeah.
Righty.
I don't think Frieda drank that much after getting drunk the first time that day, so I guess she wakes up pretty early.
Yeah. It's for you it's less alcohol and more just like physically exhausted, probably.
Yeah.
Just
probably the same for Saphyrus too. He probably led quite a few
Fancies.
Yeah.
show tunes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Both meet each other getting morning coffee.
His hair's kind of curly and
That's
mussy
what we need to do.
all the way. His hair's like curly and mussy, kind of all the way down.
Mhm.
We should
Yeah.
become the coffee lords of the Red Isles.
D-
We control
Text
all
full
coffee
coffee.
beans. Yeah, we control all the coffee beans.
I like
what
that.
if
yeah.
we hit the plantations that have the coffee beans and we let the people working on them unionize?
Are you the
Great,
union?
great news,
The
guys.
game doesn't
You're
know
not
what the
slaves
fuck a union
anymore.
is.
You're just a union now. Oh,
The game doesn't know what the fuck a union is.
I don't know if anybody knows what a union is. I don't think that's a thing yet.
No,
we
not
could make
quite.
it a thing, I guess.
Workers having
Let
rights.
us make it a
Ah!
Nagaina's like, what the fuck
Never
is
heard
a
of
right?
such a thing. That sounds disgusting.
Mhm.
The workers'
It is
rights,
not
might
a
I
lab.
say, are almost human.
Almost. I think you need to. You think you've got an uprising on your hand. You need to curb that.
Oh no.
One of the goodly races, as if.
Jesus Christ.
Barely
Wooten.
even human.
They're savages, savages, barely even human.
Fucking hell.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Dirty stinking
Frieda's more-
devils. Anyways.
Frieda's morning routine is literally just tying the longest braid you've ever seen. Just bleary-eyed.
God, it's gonna be fun to untie that to clean it. Clean it. That's what prestidigitation's for.
Yeah.
Exactly, but you still shouldn't sleep with a braid in. So she just, undoes it all, lets the hair flomp, falls asleep in a little nest of hair, and then just gathers it all up and ties it up again.
Can I cuddle on your hair?
Maybe.
Anyway. That's if no one has anything, we can slide on over to you guys on your ship
Yeah.
and
I don't think anything
making your
specific
way,
here.
Not
making
really.
your
Just...
way down.
Actually making our way downtown.
Yes, unironically making your way to downtown.
Frieda just...
Sailing fast.
Sailing fast. At a comfortable speed. As you have been assigned dock number 3.
Yeah!
Yeah. Whee! Whee.
Just casually steering, very tired, but,
Yeah.
just...
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fine. We're a big enough ship. If we hit a small fishing boat, there'll be no...
I mean, there is what it is what it is,
We'll destroy their whole livelihood, but
Yeah, it is what it is.
Don't
They
worry.
should have been watching.
And we
They
get
won't have a
dinner.
livelihood, and they won't be... Yeah,
Guys,
there you get it.
I thought drunk sailing was illegal.
Well,
Not
the
in my country.
the small fishing boats knew what they were getting into when they were fishing in the middle of the archipelago.
Well, if
Alright.
drunk sailing was illegal, then on the party barge would have had a hell of a time.
I will say, go ahead and roll me perception checks, y'all.
Here's hoping that the
Okay.
party barge did in fact make it there, though we still don't know if they actually did or not.
Hmm.
We'll get there, and it'll just be like... Party barge? What are you
When the
talking
fuck did
about?
Nagaina get 11 perception? This seems fake.
Fake.
No, it's not fake.
Appropriate.
No, I'm using the wrong character sheet. Hold on, that's a wrong check.
Oop.
I opened the right one, and then I was like, that looks way too high. And then I was like,
Are
oh,
you
that looks
using
too
Kai's?
high. Yeah, how'd you know?
Rip.
Because
I
I know
opened the
because we
right
know Kai's
sheet.
perception check.
Hi. Okay, are we in the woods?
No, we're not in the woods.
I blame
in the-
eepiness.
if you
No,
were
we're
a
not.
sea dog,
Though I will
There
say,
we
we're
go.
not far from woods.
Can I
You
still
are-
keep that 19 though?
Yeah, I'll let you keep the roll. Just change the modifier.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be 15. It's a 34.
Okay, so 34. Let's see.
Jeez. damn mask, I can't fucking see. I fogged it up.
Well, you know what? It makes perfect sense. Nagaina, you are sloshed from last night, and so you're not very perceptive here. And Aesop wouldn't recognize this thing at all. Saphyrus, Ryuuko, Frieda. You see the Wormwood over at Dock 5.
Oh no.
You'd recognize that silhouette anywhere.
Now Frieda's awake.
Mm-hmm.
I've got this. Hey, Aesop, can I have your finest Molotov cocktail?
Huh? Yeah, I have a couple of Alchemist's fires. Why do you need some?
Time for a sail by shooting.
Shoot. I have a random question. Did I ever get Eyes of Deathwatch?
Don't think you did.
I swear to God, I'd bought them at some point. That I'd had Frieda make them for me or something.
I do not remember making that for you. I can check my little thing for you if you like.
There you go.
For some reason, I thought that I had at some point. That's why I was like, why isn't that here?
Yep. So, Ryuuko, Frieda...
I think maybe I'm saving up for it, maybe.
Ryuuko, Frieda, and Saphyrus will recognize that silhouette of that cursed ship anywhere.
Oh. And this morning was going so well.
Was it though?
Who wants to sink a ship?
Oh, is that the man that you've all spoken of?
The same.
Mm-hmm.
I see. One of those more detestable free captains.
Who are we talking about?
Frieda will point.
Out of the
Ah,
ship. Port side.
She's
She
looking off the
just
wrong way. You
blinks.
just have to pick her up and turn her around.
Just make her,
Right.
Yeah.
turn her around.
Yeah.
just like put your hand on her skull and turn it,
Yep. just-
and she's just like blinks. Oh, now she's awake.
Sobers up instantly.
Captain?
Motherfucker.
I
Frieda.
would suggest keeping the ship under close watch. Both theirs and ours.
No, my thoughts exactly. Keep an eye on it to see if it's planning to, if it's on its any departures, any numbers that might make way over that towards it or off it. People of note.
Would I be correct in assuming you do not wish to make a move at this moment in time?
Absolutely not. It'd be foolish of us, especially after we had only we just received our letter of marque. Would be in poor taste for the Hurricane King and the Council in its entirety, for that matter, to see us go against protocol right after becoming free pirates.
Very well.
Well, we should probably keep our eyes open in case he has ideas.
Of course.
I would be
I'm
willing
sure
to
we might
remain
run
on the
into
ship.
people.
I would be willing to remain here to keep the ship safeguarded, so long as you keep some more martially focused crew with me.
Of course.
Hashtag
That,
volunteers distribute.
Oh.
And
I'll be your marshal to your caster.
And they were roommates.
might be wise to also
Oh my
keep,
god, they were roommates.
may also be wise to keep our newest recruit under the on the lower floors as well.
Right, one of his folks. I remember that much. I don't remember anything else.
His former cabin girl.
Yeah, that person.
Thought best keep her protected as well, since she has joined us.
Agreed. Enjoy your party, Captain. I'm afraid I will not be able to make it.
No, quite all right, given the circumstances.
Hana will also, despite the hangover, she'll stay with Frieda and keep a sharp eye on that ship.
Making sure nobody wants to play games.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, That will
When is the party supposed to take place? At
that will be
Tessa's?
tonight. And Tessa did say that her house is right here.
Up on High East Wind.
Yep.
Which... How the fuck do you even get there? Oh, you have to take a long-ass way to get up there.
Unless you have methods.
I mean... Do you have methods? I don't.
You can
I
always
have
Looks
climb
like you have to walk...
Cliffside.
Sure?
Yeah.
Could always also just walk instead of...
You could,
Yeah,
you could
follow
just
the
be perfectly normal human beings and walk.
And just
but
walk.
but you did ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think I had only had 2 major things, and they don't necessarily have to take place in any order, or even before Tessa's party, if I
Sure.
assume that I'm also going, so...
Sure.
Mhm.
So,
I was going to be trying to find more members of the Cullen Association here, to see if I could set up contacts, basically.
okay.
And the other thing was a roleplay with Frieda that can take place whenever, even before we get, as long as it's probably like before we get back to the island, our island or whatever. Our
Yeah.
island.
Mhm.
I guess, yeah, while she's here, Frieda will... remind me, Wuten. Have we made the magically treated sail, or is that still under construction?
That is
what?
queued up, but it has not been constructed yet.
Well, I guess I could make a start, since on watch duty I'll just, pull, like, all the material up onto the top deck, sit over the end watching that ship, and just start sewing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of sewing.
A lot of
Maybe
very
it's another
intense
reason Hana-
staring while sewing.
Another reason Hannah stays because she's so good at climbing the ship. She
Yeah.
can get to those parts of the sails you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
She's very flexible.
All right.
Good deal.
But yeah, no, I'm happy to do that RP.
Okay. Like I said, it can happen whenever.
Okay.
What
Oh.
other plans do people have? Just so we
Yeah.
have a list.
Mhm.
We can all start going down our lists and getting them done.
Yep.
Get 'em
I
done.
believe.
Shopping would be nice, but I don't actually have enough money for anything that I think I would want.
All right.
So
So Aesop, you're going to be searching for Cullen Association contacts, then, and then Saphyrus, Nagaina, Ryuuko. What would you like to do?
I thought I was gonna hang back with Frieda.
Okay.
martial focus on ship
Mm-hmm.
with giant
Yeah.
knife to cut sail.
Okay.
I think Nagaina is going to begin to pursue her own agenda.
All right.
Agenda.
Okay.
How dare you have
So
one?
where are you going?
So I don't know if there's going to want to be a stealth check or not, because she's going to want to do this as much on her own as possible.
Okay.
But she is going to start doing some investigating,
Okay.
probably heading down down south.
Okay. Pop down here then.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And Saphyrus. What are you doing?
Very good question.
You essentially have the free reign of the place. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's the freedom of choice and the choice paralysis that comes along with it.
I'm the freest man on this crew, and yet the paralysis sets in.
Yep.
Let's see. I guess you can go to some of the others, and I'm just gonna kind of look through the city to kind of information, see
Okay.
if there's anything that piques my interest.
Sure. And I'll go ahead and share that with everyone, just in case.
We'll go find the little mall information thing that points everything out.
Yeah, there you are.
The mall map
Like
The mall map.
that says
the
you're here.
directory.
Yeah, precisely. All right.
Good old directory.
You can pick out,
Yeah, that
pick and
thing.
choose wherever you're wanting to go. So, I guess we'll start. We'll start with Nagaina first and foremost. Here, you said you were wanting to do this stealthily, so go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Okay. I can find my fucking stealth.
Sue your own agenda.
Indeed. 36 is fucking just fine. All right, so you're able to sneak around. You have the run of the place. Where would you like to go?
So, full disclosure, I will apologize. I haven't prepared ahead of time
No
for where
worries.
she would go exactly, but
Honestly, it
She's
makes
down
sense.
in-
Nagaina probably wouldn't have either. So
she would not really prepare that intensely. I'm just gonna look at the list real quick for a second.
okay, no problem.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Nagaina does not prepare. You prepare for her.
Yeah, there you are.
I exist
Prepare
as
for my arrival, worm.
I exist as a vague nudge in the back of her brain, which she may or may not decide to follow.
There you are.
She's gonna go to the cup and rudder, actually.
All right.
Oh wait, no, not the cup and rudder. Oh yeah, because she's gonna want to see. Yeah, she's gonna go over there.
All right. So you make your way over to the cup and rudder, and
Which
manage
is...
to slip in, more or less, unbothered, and make your way over to the. I'm assuming you're making your way up to the owner and proprietor then. Who's behind the counter.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get his picture here for you.
Now I also see that this is a temple to Caden Kalian. Are there any traditions that are held there? Do you pour out a certain amount of ale or whatever?
So, with Caden Kalian, let me get the traditions here. 1 second. Da-da-da. Let's see. It would be seen as sort of a respectful gesture, but it is by no means required. The followers of Caden Kalian are enjoyers of merriment and enjoyers of ale, but not to the point of excess and abuse.
It's about enjoying it, not killing
Enjoying
yourself.
it, yes, exactly.
Well,
what
Nagaina
if
isn't
I wanna
exactly
devout?
the most devout sort of person, but she won't say no to a bit of luck, which is one of his domains.
Mm-hmm.
So I think going up to
Mr. Kennewick Massey. He is the owner and proprietor and priest of Caden Kalian. Oh, hello and welcome to the Cup and Rudder. Caden's blessings be upon you. What can I help you with?
where to start. A little ale. For the lucky drunk and for myself wouldn't go amiss.
Mm. He will pour you some and into a tankard and slide it your way. A local brew, one that we've brew ourselves down in the cellars.
I'm gonna roll knowledge local just 'cause I'm interested to see if Nagaina recognizes it.
Go ahead.
Although
Mm.
knowledge is not really her strong suit.
That's
unless-
fine. This is more like intuition almost. 22, you would, you never partook of it, but you would have heard that the followers of Caden Kalian are known as brewmasters throughout the realms, and they are well known for their creations.
Oh god, she's got
Yeah,
to come back
that.
for a brewery.
Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that. Beautiful.
Well, when it
Alright.
comes to ale, I'll never say no to a new taste. But she's not going to drink the first drops. She's going to offer them as libation
Mm-hmm.
to Caden Kalian.
Mm-hmm. We'll
Oh,
take
that's
notice.
nice.
Yeah, he'll take notice of that and will nod sagely and smile. So you're a new face around here. I don't think I've ever seen scales like that from my regulars. What can the Church of Caden Kalian do for you?
Well, I might be new around this part of town, but I'm actually coming back.
Oh.
She takes a long draught and then sets the tankard back down on the bar. I'm actually on a bit of a manhunt, you see.
Manhunt, huh? What kind?
And she's... Sorry, I'm like... She,
You're fine.
She appears to be, like... savoring the taste of the ale in her mouth a bit, like it's got some new flavors in there. She doesn't often drink just to enjoy the taste, but she's like,
Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy.
my god.
Anyways,
And she's just like, nothing deadly. Just looking.
Well, Port Peril's one of the places where people look to disappear and start off a new life, oftentimes.
Don't I know it? This fellow, though, he'd be... You'd know him when you saw him.
You're looking...
And she's gonna lower her voice a bit.
Okay.
Rat folk, just a wee bit shorter than me. About the same height as me.
Rat folk.
He barely looks like a rat folk, though. He's seen better days.
Well, let's see. Rat folk. Doesn't really narrow it down all that much. You got a name?
I never got his. Well, she's actually not going to say that. She's going to be like, have. And she's gonna shrug. That's all I got.
Tav. Well, unfortunately, it's not really a name I recognize, but all manner of people. All manner of people make their way through Port Peril. The rat folk in particular, you're gonna look in either Beggar Briar or Sunken Plaza. That's typically where they congregate.
Where they're shunted off to.
Mm-hmm. Not really gonna see much of rat folk around Scrimshaw. They they're very insular, you know. They kind of keep to themselves. And Nagaina, go ahead and roll me sense motive.
Sure, it's not great.
That's fine.
She can only sense the bottom of a drink.
Actually, still surprisingly good.
Keep saying it's not good because that makes you roll better.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, now that you've said that, Chaotic, it's gonna curse me.
Oh, it's the reverse. We're in a lunar cycle right now, guys.
So,
It's, you know.
so you can tell he doesn't necessarily say that out of malice as much as it is ignorance, because you know they do tend to keep to themselves. It's just
He was never around Beggar
involuntarily.
Briar.
Yeah. It's more of an involuntarily keep to themselves because they're kind of frowned upon, all things considered.
People don't like them very much.
Yeah, they're not
Especially
liked
on
much
ships.
by the greater populace.
Especially on ships.
Yeah, especially on ships. You know,
Well,
Why else do we spend so much time smushing them beneath in the bilges?
not that kind of rat folk.
2 legs, 4
I
legs.
don't think
What's the
those, I
difference?
think those are just normal. Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Hey.
Hey!
No, even I don't like rats, but I'll make an exception for one.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm not even here. Ignore me.
Carry on.
She's gonna sigh, take another draft. Well, suppose I have to keep looking.
Mm,
Well, thanks to you.
of course.
God, I have to look at the amount of gold she actually has right now.
Oh, for newcomers, the first draft is always free. It keeps the customers coming back in. It's just
She's
how
gonna squint at him.
It's just how confident we are in the brews that we make, that people will keep coming back.
Well, if I find him, if I find this fella, we'll be back,
Of course.
and you'll have your due.
All are welcome here in the Cup and Rudder. You'll find that to be true.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
She finds the bottom of the tankard rather quickly and sets it back down on the bar with a thud. Like, well, if you or any of your eyes around here spot anything, my ears are open.
We'll keep you in mind then, Miss Jill.
Nagaina.
Nagaina. will keep you in mind, miss. And the drunken hero's luck be upon you. Good luck in
And
your
also
search.
with you.
And also with you.
Every time, I can't help
Every
it.
fucking time.
And also with you. Oh my god.
Gosh.
I hope it is. I'm gonna need it.
Mhm. All right. With that, then, let's see. Let's slide on over to Aesop. So,
Yes, I'm here.
let's pop over here. Aesop, you said you are looking for colon contacts.
I believe I remember asking on the other side, and I think somebody said they may have seen bird-beaked men like me. So,
Yes, that is the case. Yes. So, would you like to?
so I will spend my time looking.
All right. So go ahead and roll for gather information.
That would normally be a diplomacy check,
Yes.
but could I do profession merchant instead?
I'll allow it.
Okay. $21. Knowing my having very swiftly, although never having been one before, I have very swiftly taken up the merchant mindset upon the
Indeed.
seas.
Indeed. All right. So profession merchant. 21. Just, traveling the markets, hearing, picking up things. You'll probably go ahead and roll perception, actually.
24.
All right, 24. You will actually notice that over the... as you're just moving about Scrimshaw, you'll be turning heads a bit because of either, like, your getup, and you'll see people, like, whispering about it. You don't quite pick up on what they're saying, but you can sort of glean that given the sort of lower income sort of tenement housing, the bit of the poorer district here in Scrimshaw is they're seeing a member of the Cullen Association here, of all places, is unusual, to say the least.
And maybe not normally a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe I'd be more likely looking in the Merchant's Marina. I would be my guess, but
that could be.
Depends on what I pick up.
Yep. So
I will keep what I am hearing in mind, or what I'm seeing in mind.
Okay. Let me go ahead.
Just keep an extra sharp eye about myself.
Just slide you over here-ish. And...
Oh, we will have had Nilru stay on the ship, by the way.
Okay. Okay.
She's going to help with what she can there.
Okay.
She can use magic device. She can be an aid for sales if needed, or she can just be dealing, or she's doing her own thing beneath deck. It's whatever. She's
wheeling
a big girl.
and dealing.
She can do her own research. So.
Yeah, exactly. So Aesop, when you get about here in Scrimshaw, you will actually have someone. They're very much in like tattered robes and whatnot, and they'll rush up to you. Please, sir, or madam, my
Sir
son
is correct.
Oh, thank you. My son, he's very sick. Would you be willing to help? You're a Cullen, aren't you?
You would be correct, sir. You may refer to me as Aesop.
Oh, thank Lunaeus. This way, please. And he will rush off in this direction, beckoning you towards him.
I will begin with a sense motive real quick.
Go ahead.
16.
He seems genuine. He just seems quite shaken up. Likely because he's seeing a member of the Cullen Association in the local area.
So, he'll tilt his head for a second. I suppose that I have some time. It's always helpful to sit there and deal with the sickness wherever it may lie.
Mm-hmm.
He will go ahead and follow this gentleman.
All right. So he will take you to a sort of rundown shack and beckon you in. And as you get in, you will spot a sick-looking boy, about 8, maybe 7 or 8, covered in what look like sores of some kind.
Do I recognize what he appears to be inflicted with?
All right, so go ahead, roll me a heal check.
Let me see. Is there anything else that I add to this? I don't think so. I think that is my number. So 30.
All right.
So I immediately, the moment that I see the boy, I tell the gentleman, stand back a little bit, sir. Let me take a closer look at him. And I will also pull out my cane, and I am going to approach the boy, and I will say, pardon me, son. My name is Aesop. Your father, looking sort of, making an assumption, but has asked me to come to take a look at you. How are you feeling? I say, as I will take the look over and see what I remember or know.
Okay. So what it looks to be with a 30, he is barely able to respond, but what this looks to be is let's see. Grab. This looks to be filth fever.
Ooh.
Sounds filthy.
Yes, it's quite filthy.
It is quite
Oh, no.
filthy, and quite often those more unclean rats or were-rats will carry it in their bite.
Yes. So he may have been bitten by something and caught it. And with that heal check, let's see. Wait. Let's see. He's had it for I think it was 4 or 5 days at this point. We've tried all we can, but you know how it is down here. We don't exactly get the aid that we need.
It is not something that you can afford normally.
No.
I understand. Luckily for you, I am a traveling doctor, and very often am willing to sit there and give my services for free. After all, it's not as though I have all the time in the world, but you happened to catch me on this one.
Thank
Consider
God.
it. Consider it your lucky day. And praise to Linnaeus.
Praise to Linnaeus, praise to Caden Kalian, praise to Venture. Oh, will you be able to help him?
I do believe that I might have a few things that can help. Let me see what I can do. So, I would be happy to both make a heal check and from my full pouch produce an anti-plague to give him a bonus against disease.
All right.
If already infected, can make 2 saving throws without the +5 bonus that day and use the better result.
Okay.
So if
this-
already infected, during his saving throws this day can roll twice and take the better of the 2, along with whatever bonus I'll give him from my heal checks.
All right. So then, all right. So go ahead and give me a heal check to give him a bonus
Or treat disease.
for treat disease.
Alright. Which, based on my seeing, I probably cannot fail, but that is fine. And now that I've said that, I'll roll low, but that's fine.
That's
19
all right.
should still be good enough.
19 should still be plenty. Yeah. Filth Fever DC is 12. But with that, we'll do a +4. Let's see.
+4 competence bonus, and I pull out the anti-plague and I say, here, should be strong enough. Jesus.
All right. So anti-plague.
And it will allow him to roll twice and take the better of the 2.
All right. Roll twice.
Along with me treating his sores real quick and dabbing the sores with small bits of, what
All
we'll
right.
say, like a, I don't know, Neosporin. I don't fucking know.
There you go. Yeah. All right.
Probably have some in my. Oh, hold up! I remembered something.
Mhm.
Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it this one? I think it's this one. Let me check real quick. Only when treating deadly wounds. Okay. So I had the Clockwork Surgeon, which has my special healer's kit.
Ah.
Which, to be fair, I actually don't know what the healer. Let me see what else the healer's kit actually does. Let me see.
Well,
Because maybe it gave a little extra. I think it just gave a bonus to the actual roll. Yeah.
yeah.
+2 circumstance on the healer
And
check.
for what it's worth,
Which I didn't use. But
yeah. For what it's worth, that is Filth Fever. Okay. So he will make 1 save, just fine. And then you said that. So with that first save, he does seem to stabilize a little bit. It does still seem that it's in his system, and so he'll need to make 1 more save tomorrow. But
how bad does his ability damage appear to be? How badly has it racked his system? Is it one of those, will he sleep better if I was to, I don't know, get him some ability points back?
let's see. Let me try and find where this is located here.
It does dex and
Yeah,
con
it
damage
does
once
dex
per
and
day,
con
so I'm not sure if he's had it for about 3 or 4 days, then he's probably at the minimum taken 4 points of ability damage to those.
Yeah, he is at a -3 modifier. So he is at a grand total of 4 con. So you caught him at like the perfect time.
I will think for a second, and then I will say, as of thus far upon the sea, fate has smiled upon me most wonderfully. I think it would be worse to sit there and pass that along, as I will pull out one of my... I have them here somewhere. Where are they hiding? Should be on my bandolier. Yep, there they are. My alchemic healer's hand syringe.
Ooh, okay.
And I will go ahead and administer this to him. You will feel a slight pinch. Do not vary.
Okay.
And this is going to be a heal check. And I get to add the circumstance bonus from from using the healer's kit to help with that.
Mm-hmm.
Means I should take a use out from that, wherever I have it hiding. I have it here somewhere. It's up here. There we go.
Whee.
Type 09. There we go.
God damn it, Luna. Neocolon.
Neocolon. 35.
Ooh, okay.
Damn.
So in terms of a DC for me, let me see. The DC is 20, and then 25, and then actually 35. So he would heal 4 times his character level in hit points, plus my intelligence modifier, plus my wisdom modifier, plus my planes rank. So if he had any hit point damage, he doesn't anymore.
Yeah, there you go. He's good on that front.
It also heals 4 points of ability damage.
All right, so it'll bump him up.
Of all of them. So.
Hell yeah. So he actually, his breathing is actually able to steady, and he does get some movement in his arms now. In his arms and legs.
There we go. That should certainly ease the pain and help. Your boy does seem to be growing much stronger and fighting very well, sir. It may take another day or two to fully recover, and I will need to return to check on him. I will do so tomorrow, and we will make sure that the disease fully, the pestilence fully leaves his system.
God bless you, sir. Thank you. He is just kind of like beside himself as
It's a doctor's duty. May I ask your name, sir? I never did catch it.
Shit.
Nah.
I hadn't got this far.
Quick, open the name generator.
Name generator. I am Anthony, sir, and my boy, he is
Martin.
My boy is Mark. There you are. Anthony and Mark.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Anthony. Mark. I will be sure to return tomorrow. I will make sure to mark where you are. I will show up in the morning, and we will check on his progress.
Thank you. What can we?
Good catch.
What can
Thank
we call
you.
And what can we call you?
You may call me Aesop.
Aesop. Thank you so much, Aesop. We don't have any. We can't afford much in the way of treatment, but thank you.
It is within a doctor's purview to provide at least one good service everywhere he goes. This is that good deed for me. I will not require any payment.
Thank you. Bless you. And with that, you might turn even more heads as you emerge from the shack as you're making your way through the streets as you're gathering information.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. All right, sliding over to Saphyrus then. What are you doing?
Well, I had a couple of things in mind, part of which was to make my way northwards around the Merchant's Marina.
All right.
Looking at a few things, I was kind of settled on between looking for a few items, one of which at over here at what appears to be what's called F&M's.
F&M's, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like one of those chain stores.
Along the way, he's going to be doing a little browsing for a little something. Let me go ahead and DM it to you.
All right. Let's see here. Let's see. All right. Okay. Okay. Probably not F&M's exotic meats. Would be
No, it's more like since it looks like the path has to like go up and around to get there. To kind of more or less just kind of keep an eye out for anything of those particulars.
Okay. Okay. So in that case, you can go ahead and make your way over there.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
round
try
through
your
Merchant's
exotic
Narr'tor.
meat.
Oh.
Oh my.
Damn straight.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the best trimmed beef and day-to-day sausage.
You do. If I need to do any perception checks for the other thing, just let me know.
All right. Go ahead and roll me perception just as like a passive thing as you're making your way through Merchant's Marina and over to Low Eastwind.
I think for some reason I've been going slowly French the whole time.
Well,
better than what I was doing last week. I mean,
I'm
gonna have both of my my cohorts with me here. That's to say, Cubados has one, and then Odessa at my other side.
All right. So I'll go ahead and show the little handout I have for Scrimshaw and for Merchant's Marina, or Marina, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And then Eastwind.
Marinara?
Marinara, yeah. Merchant's
Like the
Marinara.
sauce. That Luna didn't get.
Sorry.
All right.
Unforgiven.
Damn. All right. So, yes, there does appear to be, with that 20, a stall that appears like a smaller type store that does seem to sell little knickknacks that might catch your eye on your way there.
Okay. Cubados will like get a little tap and point that out. Like, saw glimmer. Ah, good eye. And he'll probably duck into that shop real quick.
All right. Oh, excuse me. Well, what could I do for you?
How much for this device right here?
Well, that'll be about 5 gold pieces.
Done.
Slams the gold on the table.
Uh-huh.
All right. And what that is a... Do you want me to say it, or do you want to keep it a secret?
DM it to me.
I will DM it to you. All right.
Ooh. Everybody keeping secrets today.
Ooh.
Gee, it's almost as if we are all separate people.
What?
Who would have sunk it?
There you
Who
are.
would have
Alrighty.
thought about that?
Tip of the hat, and shall depart for his other destination.
All right.
Yeah, always gotta remember his foppish hat. I always forget.
His little
Mhm.
foppish hat. he's a real he's taken notes from Concubar.
Mhm.
He's got that Jaraxle charm going.
Yeah.
Yeah. His little with his little magic circle underneath it.
Fuck you, chaotic. I wasn't ready for that.
You're welcome.
Oh god. All right, so going to Ephidim's Exotic Meats. That is let's see here. A1 Fester Scale and Mizra.
Oh my
Look
god.
at the fat little guy!
Oh my
Oh my
god,
God.
dude.
Hell
This
yeah.
guy,
Look,
you
dude.
know this little guy has the philosophy of you ain't seasoned, you ain't sneezing.
Exactly.
Oh my
It's
god.
it's actually quite
Look
a
at
rare
him.
sight in the Isles to see a kobold of all things.
He's got a knife and fork under his little wrap on his arm there.
But
Michael
Fester Scale and his partner in business, Mizra, are the owners and proprietors of Ephidim's Exotic Meats. So as you walk in, you see this absolute this absolute unit just sort of waddle in from the
But
back.
he's small.
Yes. He
You have
is.
to wait a couple seconds as he's behind the thing and he hops up on a stool.
Yep. Yep.
And it creaks dangerously.
do you for?
Greetings, good sir. I'm looking for something
Exotic.
worthy of a celebration.
A celebration, you say? I got
Aye.
what you need. And he will call back to Mizra. Let's get this new customer the good shit. Right behind you. And Mizra will come in with what looks to be 3 racks of pork ribs. And will
Oh.
set it on the counter. That will be 20 gold pieces. And we will throw in... And she'll reach underneath the counter, set out a bottle. It's just a completely blacked out bottle of some kind of substance. But it smells delicious.
Oh no.
The secrets. That's the secret sauce. You'll love it.
Ooh. By chance, as well, is there any complimentary fish stuffs that might be able to throw into the tab?
I think we have some tuna in the back. Mizra, can you go check? Very well. Give me a moment. And she will make her way to the back storeroom. And will come out a few moments later. You ever seen an ahi tuna before? Like a fully grown one?
Can't say I have.
Well,
But I'm going to look it up right now.
let me just... It's pretty big. Let me just say.
Oh my goodness, there's a lot of... I'm seeing a lot of cooked variants of it, but oh my, yeah, oh, that's a big boy.
It's a big boy.
That's a big boy. That's
It's a
like
big
tall as
boy.
a guy.
It's as tall as a fully grown human, basically.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
throw in
fish.
the ahi tuna for another 10 gold pieces if you're up for it.
Oh, my mouth is already watering.
Not just your mouth. Cubados is also.
Oh, you
He's you hear the dripping sound for a second, look down, and it's just
Oh dear. Takes out a towel. Stow it, good man. Come on.
He has quite the distinguishing taste. If I do say so myself.
Oh, I would agree. The real challenge is going to be getting it back to my ship before he indulges too much.
Well, that will be 30 gold pieces total.
Take out 30. Put it down. All right, Cubados. If you're able to help carry this back without keeping your mouth shut, I'll have another treat for you later, okay? He does like this slow, like kind of an eye narrow, just like it's one half challenge accepted, one half you dare.
You fucking
You dare torture me like this.
All right. So with the 30 gold spent, you get the 3 racks, the tuna, and the secret sauce.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, boy.
He will graciously thank them and depart back towards the siren.
All right. So, with that, go ahead while you're making your way through Merchant Smyrna again. Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
All right. Okay. It is not Harrigan, but you will catch a familiar face. Let me get... You will catch a familiar face just making her way through the markets of her own accord.
Okay.
If you remember, she is the...
She's the one who chopped people's ears off, I believe,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one that was the master at arms of the ship.
Does she spot me, or do I just spot her?
You just spot her.
Okay.
If you would like, you can make me a stealth check.
Okay. I will sure as hell try. Come on, team. Come on, team me. Group stealth. Let's go.
woo.
Group stealth.
And 2, 8, and 4. Okay, so 1.
All right.
Who's the third one for?
Odessa.
Odessa.
Oh, she's coming with you. Okay, I didn't realize.
Yep.
She wasn't saying anything, so I didn't
Yeah,
realize
it's
she
all
was
good.
there.
It's all good.
Yeah, I just like having an extra person with me as long as we're going to be around town.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
If my best officers are going to be on the ship, then I can take.
Goody, you are so lucky. She
Yeah?
rolled a 7.
Oh.
Oh.
I can just see it just being like, oh dear. Like, and she'll be like, what are we hiding from? And then just, Cubados just grabs her by the lapels and just,
Yeet.
round the corner, keep walking.
Who was that?
One of Harrigan's top dogs. Had a training regimen where if you didn't climb a rope fast enough, she would cut off your ear.
Oh.
And I think mine are rather fetching still, so while I don't think she would try it ashore, I'd rather not take my chances.
Taking trophies from just a training session? That's barbaric.
If you're training somebody, it makes me think, how are you supposed to hear the enemy coming if you don't have an ear, you know?
And she'll just kind of shiver at the thought. All right.
And I was placed against Hana, but she helped me get up all the same.
Oh. You're a lucky man, Saphyrus.
Knowing someone like her, best believe I am.
All right. So with that, Frieda and Ryuuko, while you are crafting, and Ryuko's helping to keep watch, go ahead, make me a perception check.
I will use the right number this time.
Whee!
Wonderful.
All right, 25 and 30.
Damn.
All right, let me...
That's how people get these numbers.
I'm busy sewing. I'm
Wisdom
not doing
caster,
my best today.
Wisdom caster, and Ryuuko.
That's just the answer.
Min-maxing perception stat.
Yeah,
I
min-maxing
also
perception.
have an alertness Woden with me, and I believe something else. I need to find where's the +2 coming from. I'll find it.
It's somewhere.
Alertness, and
It's
also
somewhere in here.
I think your familiar gives you a bonus to perception checks just because he's a raven. Something.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
if he's a
shit.
raven, he probably does just have like a +4 to perception or something.
Or it might be a linguistics, one or the other. I can't remember.
Let me see. It might be linguistics, but let me see. Just double check. 2 appraise checks.
Ah, interesting.
Apparently, parrots give you a bonus on linguistic checks.
Hmm.
Toucans give you a bonus on diplomacy checks. I don't know, I'm just looking down the list.
Got the flashy.
Interesting. All right. So, Ryuuko, Frieda, on that ship, a lot of the crew on that ship are generally new faces. However,
He went shopping again, and by shopping I mean stealing people.
yeah. However,
Borrowing people.
there is
Is it
actually
Borrowing them, we'll give them back.
there is
Not in
actually
one piece.
someone that you do recognize here. And actually, it would be a face that both of you recognize. Tilly Brackett.
It's Mom!
Hey!
Tilly!
Just
Does
see her-
Tilly see us?
Just see her working atop the ship for the most part. She doesn't.
Oh, I
Well,
want to take her back.
She doesn't really look out to other ships. She's kind of keeping to herself, but you do you're being observant, and especially Hana up in the crow's nest is also being observant as well, and will slide down and point her out to you. So it does look as though you have some familiar, friendly faces on the Wormwood, even after all this time.
How close was the ship, the Wormwood, again? In
The
terms of
Wormwood,
feet?
that is about 600 to 800 feet away. Yeah,
600 feet.
It's about 600.
Okay. Okay. In that case, that is fine. Was checking to see if I had some way of secretly getting in contact with her.
Mm.
Not without risk is the
Yeah.
answer.
Unfortunately, not without risk. Yeah. Yeah, but a lot of the crew of the Wormwood that you do see are newer faces. So, none that you both would recognize from your time atop the ship.
Okay.
Which
It does look like they went a kidnap.
let's see. Which go ahead and roll me profession sailor, pirate, or knowledge local.
I'm gonna give you that sailor check.
All right.
I will also give you a sailor.
Nah. Thumbs up.
Yes.
All right. You could probably surmise as much, but in the months that have followed your mutiny, Harrigan has resurged his numbers quite considerably. And Frieda, with that 26, if you remember, there was that time where the village that you guys passed by that was completely abandoned and destroyed.
That's right.
There were a few corpses that were left out, but far too few to have been any sort of full population of the village at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Men like him rule by fear. And that means they have to keep replenishing their numbers.
Fear's never a good way to get anybody loyal to you.
No. Not at all. I've known far too many people like him.
Best way to get you a high turnover rate, though. We stand as proof.
I suppose.
I'll give you a head pat.
Excuse you?
I do it again.
She's a little taken aback at first, but then just realizes you're just patting her head and was just like, okay.
Just the excuse you. Pat.
Excuse you?
Pat.
Goes back to sewing.
It might be good to speak to the captain about,
Yeah.
It was
I
bad.
know he was
Perhaps
close
we
to
can
Tilly.
It was bad when we split off from the man's promise.
Corky. She's
Hulky, yeah.
Yeah.
It was bad when we broke off from the man's promise. We had a skeleton crew, and, well, Harrigan had to replenish his numbers. Everyone had to step
I
up.
think we saw the wreckage.
What did he take?
Everything. Men, women, children.
Not
And
surprised.
anyone who wasn't capable and able hands, well,
Probably the
Besmara's
corpses we
looking
saw.
after them. Besmara's looking after them now.
We make some
That's
great
mine.
chum.
Bismara can look after them. And sometime we shall look after him. People like him. They attract many enemies. And not all of those enemies are kind.
Well, I'd certainly hope not, if they're enemies.
We shall see. Perhaps the meaning will change.
Well,
Frieda kind of just says that idly as she goes back to sewing.
and Kalki will stare out to the other ship for a few more moments silently. Breathe in deep and let out a sigh. And we'll nod to the both of you before returning to work.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good deal. So, is there anything else that people want to get running here before the dinner tonight?
Well, if I'm not successful in finding a Cullen, I could possibly make my way back to the ship and ask for Frieda and Nilru to join me for a little bit, possibly.
Okay.
But you just let me know.
will not. Unfortunately, you will not be successful in searching in Scrimshaw today. But you have gathered information on potentially why they're not in Scrimshaw, and interesting.
Because there's a lot of too many sick and not enough doctors.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Saphyrus will make his own way back to the ship.
All
Or
right.
having to leave again.
Good deal. And Nagaina?
Is muted.
Oh.
Motherfucker.
Hello.
Yes.
Nagaina has a lead, but
Mhm.
she is going to keep that lead for right now and return to the ship.
All right. Good deal. Returning to the ship, then. Everyone kind of making their way back around the same time. Saphyrus, you'll run into Aesop first. And it's Aesop, you see Saphyrus carrying a lot of meat.
That is quite a lot of food, Captain.
Oh yes. I figured since not all of we officers will be attending tonight, we could either save this for the next celebration we'd all be together, or hell, if the crew's feeling it, well, they'd be welcome to it. My treat for us being a part of the for us being free pirates now.
Nagaina, Saphyrus has ribs and a giant tuna.
And that special Port Peril sauce that you're probably familiar with.
This
Oh,
one.
she's all over that.
If it's a local delicacy, of course.
The ribs,
F&M.
the sausage.
I will say, I'll give this to you, Nagaina. F&M is well known throughout Port Peril as the best.
So the special
best
food for Port
butchers.
Peril is
She
the Port
is
Peril
following
special
her
sauce.
nose right towards Saphyrus right now.
She's floating.
It is the Port Peril's pork ribs.
Port Peril pork ribs. Nice. Lots of those good hearty mountain boar to the south.
Mm-hmm. So he makes it aboard the ship and he'll say, "My dear crew, my disappointment that some of my nearest and dearest may not be able to join us tonight at Tessa's dinner. So I suppose I'll need to bring that meal to the lot of you staying behind, as long as some is saved for those of us who will return. And then just laying out like the ribs and this massive ass tuna.
Ryuuko.
Over like
Ryuuko.
Yes.
Saphyrus is speaking your love language.
Entirely. I am thinking of all I can do with this. I'm gonna use every part of that fish. I'm gonna use every part of that.
Fish meat, fish sauce, fish bones. It'll be great.
And the secret sauce. Ryuuko, go ahead and roll me Profession Cook.
Have a whiff of this, darling. As he puts the sauce towards Ryuko's line of scent.
Dip my pinky in and give it a taste.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
This is some good shit. I'm gonna try to reverse engineer this shit. This is some good shit.
You need the
I'll
recipe.
get it. Now,
you need the
new
recipe
quest.
years ago.
New quest.
New quest.
Well, this will add years to my life if you manage to discover the secret.
I would want to look for the Fountain of Youth when it's right here.
Yeah.
Precisely. It was at F&M all along.
F&M?
F&M.
Crazy eyes.
Nagaina knows the name.
Did you say hi to Fester Scale? For me.
Oh, the plump little, the adorable plump little kobold. Oh, yes. He's looking very well.
Good.
Nagaina is also. She is also drooling like Cubados.
Dude, she matches Cubados right now to a T.
Aesop, I need to borrow your lab.
Oh,
Don't ask questions.
Oh my.
Well, okay. Okay then.
Trust me. We will all benefit from this.
It'll all be worth it in time.
Meanwhile,
Cooking on the Bunsen burner. Oh god.
I mean, what is cooking? What is cooking but chemistry?
What is alchemy if not?
For days.
What is alchemy if not cooking?
Essie, we need to make the barbecue.
We have to
sauce.
cook.
We have to.
We need the secret sauce.
They do say the founder of that alchemy was born in the kitchen. That's ironic it's come back around again.
Don't forget to add the chili powder to the meth.
It's perfect.
Oh god.
And during those shenanigans, Saphyrus will then slide over to Frieda. That is something else I picked up in my outing. As he takes out of his pack. He takes out of his pack, and I assume if you're knitting, he's going to. If you're like on the deck knitting, he's going to kneel down next to you. And
yeah, she was like very deeply engrossed in her knitting.
Holds some and starts reaching into his pack for something, and begins to say, as a token of gratitude towards ding ding. He dinks the circlet under his hat, and also for keeping an eye on the ship and everything else you've done for us. I figured something like this may be handy. And he pulls out a roll of a very long roll of paper and passes it over for you to unravel.
She got you paper.
take the paper and give it
Just
a
love paper.
read.
He lays it across the ground for you as he points out a star chart that accounts for the new moon.
Already? Damn. That was fast.
Some people got nothing but time.
Mm-hmm.
Figure this might help with the work you had to do with it. And since you've probably got some learning to do, I figure it'd be good for me to do the same.
Frieda takes it and looks it over, and then she grabs Wuten by the neck and then splays his wings out and holds him up to the sky.
That's correct.
The fuck?
Yes, it looks about correct. I'm very impressed that somebody was able to make something this high quality in such little time. There's some details here. I might fill in a few places of my own and... Oh, where am I going? Sorry, Wuten. Captain. Such a gift is appreciated, but... You wouldn't be trying to buy me over, would you? You know you do not need to do such things.
No, I don't.
Moon and star, diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Woden's right.
Shush.
And I just provided you a path to all the diamonds in the sky.
Damn, that was smooth.
You want to roll diplomacy?
Or?
You gotta roll that Riz.
Let's see it.
Any modifiers to that, Wooten?
+2.
Hell yeah. 31.
Ah! Hell yeah.
Well timed.
Frieda gives a... Her cheeks redden a little bit, and she gives a little half smile as she reaches up, adjusts your hat, and kind of jokingly says,
The circlet seems to be working.
Moist.
Oh no.
Well, I dare say I probably would have been able to make one of these on my own after too long, but I would like something to compare other people's work. It's a lovely gift.
and then she will reach up, she will grab your cheek, turn it to the side, and you will get a little kiss on the cheek.
Oh.
Cubados' tail wags.
Does he want one too?
He just no.
I,
He
Nice.
doesn't blink or anything. You just see his little tongue just go.
nice.
Blep.
A little blep. She chuckles.
I carried the meat.
And for that you get a little kiss on the forehead. Moi.
Kind of just want to eat the meat, though.
I'm sure that Ryuuko can make that feel even better for you.
He goes
And
back to
already.
dealing with Nagaina.
I'm swapping between the giant meat pile and then the sauce and going, oh god.
Oh my god.
What could I do?
What can I do?
Oh my god!
Just
Just save some for me and whoever's going along with me.
Good. Please have fun.
Oh, just because it's more of an event, can I get some well, wasn't always really the best at braiding my own hair, but something a little
Turn around.
slightly fashionable. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
She will push her own massive braid out of the way and begin messing with your hair.
Cute.
Been a while since I've worked on something this short. Why does everyone here have such short hair?
It'd be the first time I've heard that one.
She
Well,
wasn't,
it is.
Little.
She wasn't talking about the hair.
Shush, you.
She was talking about
I
the
love
height.
She was talking about that.
I love that bird.
But it is rather strange. I was quite surprised when all of you didn't have such long hair. You know, considering things.
My sister and I always had long hair. Just no reason. We just like letting it grow.
But you've cut it.
Sometimes it was practice to look somewhat presentable at times, but I prefer styling over trimming.
Frieda finishes up the braid.
Must be a
Mine just
cultural
gets
difference
cut in
then.
battle. I just let it happen.
You'd never cut your hair in my tribe. Never.
Well, I haven't cut since I've joined this one, or started this one, what have you.
What am I? I thought I was taking care of the hair, but okay.
Do you wanna you know what, I'm gonna give you something for that, Aesop, if you like.
Okay, sure.
Would you say it's that Frieda would probably have seen you cutting somebody's hair at some point in all the time we've been sailing together?
Yes. I take care of
Alright.
the entire crew's hair.
The first
So-
time she saw you do that, she looked utterly bewildered by the act.
Oh.
Alright, fair. Alright.
Hmm.
Good to know.
Well, I suppose it's just different place, different traditions.
Indeed.
Anyway, that should do.
I love to learn. Feels the braid behind. Nice.
Maybe sometime. But you have a party to get to, don't you?
Looks at everybody scrambling in order to get the meat downstairs. There's like a fucking...
Right.
It's like one of the ribs gets fucking wedged in the door frame.
Be careful with that!
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Literally.
Save some for me, please.
And just there is now paper everywhere around me. I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm gonna cook all the meat. I'm planning things. I'm also trying to work out the sauce recipe. There's a lot going on over here.
You got plenty on your proverbial plate and literal plate.
As
I'll
long
make
as we
sure
stay
they
in,
don't.
as long as we are in Port Peril, that place will never go out of business.
Hell yeah. All right. So, Saphyrus, are you going to be taking anyone with you to Tessa's townhouse party thing?
Well, let me ask, who would like to go along? Because it sounds like 3 of the girls are staying behind to watch the ship and keep an eye on Harrigananigans. That's my word for Harrigan shenanigans, by the way.
Harrigananigans.
Harrigananigans.
I'm Harrigananiganing and meat planning, sauce
Harrigananigans?
deciphering.
Aesop, Nagaina, you guys in?
Nagaina's
Or the
in,
rig?
as long as she can have some of the ribs.
Well,
And, hey.
seeing as my space is being taken for use, I suppose I would have nothing better to do.
It's been commandeered by the cabin girl.
Yes. So I
Do you not
suppose I
want
would have.
me to figure out the sauce?
Eh?
Done.
If you save some, I might be able to try to help you figure it out.
Reverse
No.
engineer source.
I must figure it out.
I'll use craft alchemy. We will science this.
You will science this. All right. So,
And bear in mind that if there isn't enough left over, I'll just get some tomorrow.
all right. So Aesop,
This out. I
you're
will
gonna
figure this out.
slide over to Saphyrus. Nagaina, were you coming with Saphyrus?
Yes.
All right. In that case,
Well, all I will probably say before we go is that I will tell Frieda that I do have something to speak with her about when we have some time next. So,
all right.
We'll put
Frieda?
on some tea.
Frieda, you are, I assume, staying on the ship, or would you like to come with?
I will be staying upon the ship.
Okay. And Ryuuko, you are reverse engineering. You have science to do. All right. So we'll go
puts on the goggles that make your eyes really big.
It's all right.
And otherwise, it'll be me and Cubados collectively.
All right.
So.
All right. In that case, I'll
If
slide
I had
on.
something better to wear. Okay.
She's seen us in our pirating gear, in our pirating attire. I don't think she'd complain too much.
Mhm.
He is not the uptight sort, no.
No, covered in sea and salt. That's the best way for us to meet up.
I suppose this is true.
All right. Good deal.
You make a very compelling point, Captain.
This is why you are captain.
All right. So, in that case, we will have your group make your way over to Tessa's townhouse.
Wonder if
And-
Ryuko's cooking may attract more potential crew members.
Ooh.
You know,
smells
those
from
who
the ship
smell
brings
the
all
delicious
the boys.
air wafting from the ship might well decide that would be worse work.
Perhaps.
Brings all the potentials to the
My meat brings all the boys to the yard.
Can you imagine just Ryuko just like non-sing-songingly doing that while cooking? My meat brings all the boys to the yard.
And they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right. It's better than yours. I
Oh,
could teach
no.
Never
you,
gonna feature.
but I could subpensis thee, but I would levy a fee. All right. So, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and do a quick pee break as we transition over to the townhouse dinner
A pee
party.
break.
All right. All right, and we are back, and we're getting right into Tessa's townhouse as Saphyrus, Aesop, and Nagaina make their way inside. They will be greeted by none other than we get a one free captain Tessa Fairwind. And she will greet them with open arms and Captain Stormtamer, and she'll bring you all three of you in for a hug. And well, you made quite the show last night, if I do say so myself. Very, very well done. Come in.
Thank you, Captain Fairwind.
Come in. We've got we have quite the view for us, and she and her retainers will show you into a windowed dining hall with a view overlooking Port Peril's harbor.
You can see all who come and go.
Yeah. Come, make yourselves at home. We will bring out refreshments and get to chatting. I'm very interested to see what the newest free captains of the Isles will be bringing to the table. And she'll sit down, and her retainers will bring out and serve each of you a solid helping of decadence, to say the least.
How fancy is this manor house? What is it made out of?
It is made out of marble stone, and it very fancy.
Fucking marble palace up here, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking nice.
It is one of the nicer houses of
Though
High Eastwind.
marble doesn't withstand erosion very well, does it?
Well, that's
Well,
why
even the more show of wealth.
Mm-hmm. It is also on the other side of High Eastwind, not on the eroding side of High and Low Eastwind, because Low Eastwind is the one that's got the erosion problem. But yeah, it's very fancy, very fancy.
Oh yes.
Apologies, more of my officers couldn't make it. They sent us to the... We were assigned the dock near the Wormwood, and, well, given the history I've shared with you in the past, they have very wary eyes and ears towards that crew's
Captain Harrigan.
movements.
I'm soft snooping.
Perfectly understandable. I have no love for the men either. That said, with the newest free captains, what are your aims now that you are free captains? What are you going to be doing? You're going to be sailing and pillaging and or just living free?
Give me one sec here, because I actually had something here for old Saphyrus. All
right.
That I just wrote down somewhere over here.
I am doing my best to enjoy the hors d'oeuvres with a mask on. It is its own unique challenge.
Aesop, roll me a stealth check.
Oh.
I think that is correct. Yes. 11.
You're trying. It's very difficult, but you manage well enough.
Yeah.
They might get like the smallest peak of a chin, but that's about it.
It's covered in beard.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
The blonde beard underneath.
Yeah. the food altogether.
Most
though,
everybody
is-
has probably seen his chin at the very least. so.
Probably, yeah.
The rest of him doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah, it's just
Never
all
seen it. Not
yeah.
real.
It's just all mask. You pop off the mask and it's just empty void.
Another
I
mask.
believe that.
Like Kakashi, it's just another mask.
Yeah, exactly. There's a throwback.
I'm trying to find where this damn thing
Agree.
is. I had this whole cute little write-up for like a lot of his like ideologies that had developed over time, but I could at least probably lead off with this.
Okay.
Just kind of be like, to be one of the freest men in the Isles. There's all too much to consider. Lavish, rich landmarks, treasures and haunts open for the claiming. People touched by the sea. Mighty, spirited men. Beautiful, strong women, two of which have already begun to fill my heart. I think
Wow.
I wish to understand what happened along the way. What came about that brought Pesmara to bless us with such fortune when everything started so bleak?
A bit of a philosopher, aren't you? I like it.
A bit, yes. There's so much. Just having the writ of mark is just suddenly threw so many doors in front before me.
It's all just a matter of choosing which door you decide to walk through. Now, with that said, I think now that we're settled in here, I think we can get into a bit of business. I'm sure you noticed that during the festivities at Fort Hazard, Bonefist was not quite able to rally people under his banner as Hurricane
thank
King.
Thank goodness you're bringing that up. I had it. To be frank with you, I had my thoughts that something
Don't say it.
was
Don't say it. Don't say it.
don't say it was amiss.
Well,
was a miss. And here I was thinking I'd have to balance on the tightrope of navigating that conversation with you.
well, I suppose then we'll just start with what is your current understanding of the political situation in the Isles?
Well, now that I know there's no longer going to be a noose at my neck, after our trial, the first mate declared us worthy of being free pirates, to which both of our crews gave celebratory cheers. His second declaration was that we were ready to meet with the Hurricane King. And while my men continued to revel, some noticed the enthusiasm was lacking for His Majesty's crew. Well, is there aught we need be aware of in our new position, or?
Well,
I do understand that there are when we first met, you mentioned whispers that people were already considering someone new for his throne. You being one of them.
well, needless to say, I have no interest in that throne. Part
Why?
of the part of being Hurricane King, or Queen in my case, is you're the head of state, and I am not one for enjoying politics all that much. I'm much more of the go out and live the life of a proper pirate type of
Get the sea and salt
recap.
upon your own hands.
Exactly. And needless to say, Kurdak does share in my wants, but as Hurricane King, someone being absent for so long at a time does not reflect upon the rank of Hurricane King very highly.
Absent?
Yes, he will oftentimes leave for months at a time to go out living the life of a pirate. And unfortunately, that leaves running things in Port Peril to, well, the ones that are left.
Council.
Yes. And quite frankly, it's not something that people are very fond of.
Crown comes with a very short leash.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I don't enjoy the idea of being the next Hurricane Queen. Also,
What about the other? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say. Also, he's held the title for nearly 40 years at this point. He's the longest Hurricane King that we've ever had here in the Isles.
What's the closest before that?
Barely even 20.
Hmm.
And that
I
was nearly
wonder
a
if-
century ago.
I wonder if that speaks that your fellow free captains are of the same mind as you. That they
Well,
would rather, just like the Hurricane King himself, be out and about on the seas rather than in the doldrum of political decision making.
well, the way I see it, Bonefist's days are likely numbered, and given the situation with everything happening in the world recently, as she will motion with a finger up to the sky, I believe
doesn't affect
the
us.
time is ripe for those with ambition to start gathering allies. As she'll, lock eyes with Saphyrus.
Aesop's mask will look in Saphyrus' direction, remembering a conversation they've had before.
Mhm. Do you anticipate some sort of schism? Should the worst come to pass with His Highness?
I anticipate a lot of, well, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Oh, fuck. I anticipate
Many
a
odds
lot. I anticipate a lot of turmoil in the coming years. Whether by Kurdak's own hand or otherwise. I've been hearing whispers of that nation to the north having certain designs for the Isles. A friend of mine, I'm sure you know him, Merrill Pegsworthy. He
Good friend of mine,
informed me.
too.
He informed me that there was a spy that you managed to capture. Correct?
Aye, she went by the name she used then was Inkskin. That's what it was. Was my understanding was her alias. She was a spy for the Hell Knights up in that nation. So I can only believe that maybe they do have eyes down here.
Hell Knights down in the Isles, Hell Knights in the capital. I wonder.
She believed that she was the first mate of a crew that we ended up absorbing after the events of our excursion to get Gemma Redclaw's treasure. A leftover, a deep spy, I suppose. We managed to subdue her, keep her prisoner, and her journal entries. Her journal entries. I don't know how sincere they were, if those were affront to her identity as well, but show that she had some very interesting romantic feelings towards, what was his name, Wuten?
Warville Lanteri.
Towards Captain Warville Lanteri.
Well, oftentimes spies might, well, if they're not very professional about it, they'll develop feelings for whoever they're tailing. But this does confirm one suspicion that I did have. If she is associated with the Hell Knights, then the Order of the Cipher is active in the Isles. Now, I've heard rumors about this for some time, but I've never been able to confirm it. But what I think, given recent developments, I'm suspecting that Vera is planning another invasion.
May I ask if there's a knowledge check I can make about the Order of the Cipher?
Go right ahead. Knowledge local or knowledge history.
Didn't have those. I think I was thinking maybe religion could be used.
You can make a general religion check for that.
It would be different information, but
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
20.
All right. So, the Order of
Because the Hell
S-
Knights, I believe, are a
Yeah.
religious organization.
They are. They are. So, Hell Knights are a religious organization. The Order of the Scourge is the one that's active in Vera, but the Order of the Cipher is an offshoot chapter of the Order of the Scourge that specialize in clandestine operations. And they oftentimes work as spies and secret agents within and without the other orders, ensuring that the tenets of the measure and the chain are being upheld throughout the land.
Gotcha.
With a 20 religion check, their religious symbol is a star with the eye in the center. Their favored weapon is the kukri. And members are spies, informants, secret agents, and the reckoning is a shallow cut of your palm.
That would be good to know for the future. Okay.
All right.
I'll keep it in mind, and if the conversation feels like it warrants it, I could slip it somewhere. Okay.
All right. Good deal. So I suspect that Vera is planning an invasion of the Isles.
We need to be more ironclad as ever.
Now, given my influence, I cannot easily investigate this sort of rumors. But, given your recent joining as free captains, I think it would be best if I pass the responsibility on to you and promise plenty of compensation for any information you can drum up, if you're interested.
Well, what sort of information would we need? Because while my crew and I are not averse to imperiling ourselves. The last thing I want is to be the crew that's responsible for starting an all-out war.
Oh, of course. But, let's see. Well, look at it this way. As obviously resourceful newcomers, independent of any pirate lord, you have the best chance of uncovering any information. And with that in mind, having as many friends as you can will help in the times to come. Thus, given that, I will first offer that you could very easily just ally with me and join my fleet, but I will by no means force that upon you.
A respectable ask, but I think it's just as worthy that if the Siren crew of Captain Stormtamer, the Serpent Prince of Tidewater Rock, were going to be making a name for themselves and bring allies among us, bring allies towards our designs, then I think it's just as important that we work towards equally establishing the name and build upon this alliance that we would deign to, as said, ironclad. Yes?
Agreed. And she will stand and glance out towards the harbor. I'm certainly not surprised, given your disposition and given what I've heard of your story, and especially your dislike of one Captain Harrigan. But given that, if you do, I do still wish to ask that you investigate these. If you do, you will have both my gratitude and my friendship. And that is more valuable than any treasure.
They do say that to trade is to coexist. And while we may be plunderers and scoundrels, true, there's something to be said for bonding. He says as he takes a sip of wine, I assume is being served.
Well, as a follower of Callistra as well, my favors are a reward many are extremely eager for.
Mm-hmm. Bondage, you know. I am curious, though, whereabouts, is there activity that we might be able to get a lead on? In any particular locations in the Isles?
I am convinced that Vera has more spies and informants working in the Isles, but I can only think of two places that might have knowledge. The first, I'm sure that some of your crew are familiar. The House of Stolen Kisses in Quent is a temple of Callistra and one of the best information brokerages in the Isles. And
I forget, is Quent her city?
Quent is her
Yes.
city, yes.
Okay, just checking.
She will,
And we were heading there next, to my knowledge.
yeah. She will make her way over to you and pull out an envelope. Use this to obtain an audience with the temple's high priestess, Dendrian. And I'm sure that she will just tell her that it's from her dear friend Tessa. and she will take care of everything. The second, she will turn and make her way back to her seat, is the Temple of the Hidden Name. And from my understanding, it's a cult of secrets said to operate in the town of Beachcomber on Bag Island. If anyone knows of these...
Hidden Name.
Yep.
Beachcomber on Bag Island.
Yeah. Yeah. If anyone knows of these spies, it would be the followers there. Unfortunately, though, I have no contacts with the priests of that temple, and so I hope you can convince them to reveal what they know. You have considerable charisma there, Saphyrus.
What manner of worship is their deity?
It is less a deity and more a concept. They trade in secrets, not any coin. And so if you have secrets to share, all the better.
He looks curious, just kind of thinking the sort of thing that just kind of postulating just the idea of, what constitutes the depth of a secret.
So, just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to the reckoning, is that essentially kind of like a ritual they go through sort of deal?
Yes. For Hell Knights, a reckoning. Let me pull it up.
Of course, if I do know it. So
it is.
I'm going to be making the assumption as part of all of my research.
Yep.
I might have also looked into that if I could find any books on it while I was in the library.
So, reckoning. This would. I'll give a basic overview. So a reckoning for Hell Knights is a way to unlock the powers of the behind the Order's doctrine. Whenever a Hell Knight becomes a proper Hell Knight, they have to perform the reckoning once every day at the start when you're like preparing spells and whatnot, and that unlocks the powers of their order. Let's see. And if you ever if they ever fail to perform the daily reckoning, they lose access to the benefits and boons granted by their Hell Knight order until they perform their reckoning.
Okay. So, as they're talking about the Order of Secrets, Aesop is going to chime in.
What about the chamber?
Chamber? The Chamber of Secrets.
Sorry.
God.
My
Anyway.
brain is a stupid place.
If we are currently dealing in secrets, there may be something that I can add to this pile to help cement goodwill and tidings between what seems to be a future alliance. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
You ask for knowledge and information regarding this Order of the Cipher, that of the Hell Knights of Vera. I have recently acquired a membership to the Peril. I know it has a name. I think it's number 7. It is the Mystics Redoubt.
Yep, the Mystics Redoubt.
Recently acquired a membership with the Mystics Redoubt on the other island. Doing my research and thought that after our encounter with Isabella, that it might be worth looking into. Should you be looking for traitors amongst your ranks, keep an eye out for those who commit something that is called the Reckoning. It is how they gain their power through shallow cuts of the palm every day. Now, one who is under deep cover may well choose to avoid doing so, but then lose access to their magic, as it were. But a cut
leaves a mark. It leaves a wound. And should there be multiple cuts upon the palms of those on your crew? I am not saying it automatically means anything, but it does give you a starting point of someone to look into. That's something you, Captain, should be looking at Saphyrus. We should be sure to keep a note of as well for our own crews.
Hmm.
I consider that information important enough to share. Yes. Sip.
Sip from
no,
under the
You're
mess.
precisely
Sip.
right.
No,
I
he's
think
just using his straw. Just
He's got a little swizzle straw.
exactly.
I love that.
connected to the little tip of his beak.
Sippy straw. My god.
If all this information is true, then it may be wise to implement some sort of routine inspections amongst numbers.
I am already the ship's doctor, Captain. I already do so.
You? She was just like sipping as you're explaining this, and she'll just like peek over her glass. You are a very dangerous man to have as an enemy.
I'm glad you recognize Captain Fairwind.
All the better
Slurp.
then. That
The brains behind one of the parts of the brains behind this beautiful face.
all the better that you have a competent crew. I think this is the start of something wonderful, Captain Saphyrus. Captain Stormtamer.
I agree. My Lady Fairwind. And that being said, while we are currently working on getting ourselves situated in Tidewater Rock, should you ever have need of a place to at least temporarily come by with your if you're ever in that direction and need a place to stay for the evening, just hail
Rest
us in
and
advance. We'd be happy to help if you're ever southwards among the isles.
Tidewater Rock. Huh.
It was a glorious, if slightly odd, battle.
Well, if the legends are true, I certainly wouldn't want to leave it unvisited, especially after a very, as she gestures with a hand, a very capable new captain at the wheel. I think I will, sometime. Though, given the festivities that are about to take place, I'm sure you understand that I am, unfortunately, staying far north on this side of the Isles at the moment.
No, of course. A crew of your size is much needed if all this news proves to be true. Not.
Speaking of which, have you all but confirmed that you'll be racing in the regatta this year?
I do believe we will. We'll give it our best, or seeing what we can do to augment our ship just so.
Well, if that's the case, then you'll be going up against Harrigan for the seat on the council, among others. But
Not to mention Pegsworthy, I understand.
Pegsworthy as well. But given Pegworthy's losing streak, I don't imagine he's going to be very much competition for you.
We're gonna
I'm
lose him.
perfectly
It's gonna be
honest.
hilarious.
He's gonna keep rolling 20s, and we're all just gonna keep rolling 1s. This is just his year.
This is his
You'll
year.
be just fine.
Finally, after all this time.
Well, from what the ladies told me when I came back with some F&M to the Siren, they mentioned that some of Harrigan's crew looks fairly greenhorn too. Tragic as their tale is, tragic as their tale is, time and again.
Well, he is often one to recruit first, ask questions later, or never. As long as people obey his word. But we see how far that's gotten him.
Yes, I question whether or not some of these numbers will have their sea legs, but it's not any reason to slack off.
Mm-hmm. All the better reason to rub it in his face when he loses.
Perhaps a little shame will put him in his place, but then again, men such as him, only a show of strength is ever one to sit there and change their minds.
Well, perhaps the Free Captain's Regatta will be the perfect stage of that show of strength. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Saphyrus?
I would. Though I suppose on a lighter note, when I did speak with Pegsworthy when he came to pick up the spy bitch, he mentioned some other competitors as well. Did I understand that one of them is a competitor who fancies you, Captain Fairwind? He says with a little bit of a side smile, just to kind of be like,
Besides me, of course.
no, he's not saying that part. No.
No, I know. I'm being silly.
Not out loud.
Not out loud.
Oh, you mean the puppy?
I was told not to say that, but I suppose if anyone had the privilege, it was you.
Well, he does fancy me, but he is far from the only one. I wouldn't worry. Given what I've heard of your tales of prowess, I don't think anyone but the Wormwood would be any sort of challenge to you. Besides,
He just kind of considers that thoughtfully.
Most of the crews that enter this year, we don't really get a proper list of who is going, who is coming, who's going until the day of, because most of them forget that there's an entry fee and that they can pay it beforehand, so we can get a proper number of competitors until the day of, when they rush to pay their entry fee tribute to the Hurricane King. Just hours before the Master of Gales makes the call. By the way, you're very lucky this year. The Master of the Gales has decided that he's not competing, but he is running the race this year.
Yes, I was told that he was the multiple times returning champion, yes?
5 times in the last... 5 times consecutively since... like 10 years ago? The race runs every year or two.
My goodness.
And he has just swept the floor with whoever is competing against him. There's a reason they call him the Master of the Gales. And not just because he may or may not have a giant squid trailing behind his ship.
Oh, I thought it was because he ate a lot of beans. Good thing I'm not here.
True.
God, this is not that kind of campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Are you sure?
are you sure about that?
He's just thinking on that thoughtfully, just about how. Suppose any concern I might have is, say for instance that I did win. We got ourselves our. We win this, and I receive my position on the council. I think any concern I might have is a more green one, such as myself, shaking up the foundation of the current political scene, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can already hear I could already anticipate some of the voices. Oh, this one's too young. Oh, this one's a little upstart. Oh, the council isn't what it used to be.
How old are you, Captain Saphyrus?
28.
Most of the Hurricane Kings of the past have been as young as 16.
Oh.
I think you'll do just fine. You're actually quite old, comparatively speaking. I myself am...
Hey, not in elven blood, no.
You and me both. But
Nagaina just snorts behind whatever she's drinking. She called you old.
Oh, hold on, I looked a little closer. It's actually 26.
well, that's fine.
I was zoomed out.
Go ahead.
Get this
same
mannequin!
response, probably.
Go ahead. Roll me knowledge local or knowledge, or knowledge perception, or what?
Knowledge
Knowledge
perception.
history. Sorry.
I'll do
I
a
have
local.
a knowledge of perception. I'm a master of seeing things
Yes.
without actually being able to see them.
Fashion
I know the
perception.
fury of the eye, but I can't actually use mine.
All right.
It's okay, Nagaina. I already have a cane.
Well, in fairness, Tessa herself, with that knowledge check, she is only 34.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
an older woman, you say?
No, I mean, with elven blood, that's not necessarily that old.
Uh-huh.
Well, I know, it's older than me. This was like, ooh, an older girl.
Oh.
Oh. Ooh.
I see how it is.
Well, I'll just say that. I guess that puts my mind at ease in that matter. 16?
Well, yes. Most of the pirates that become Hurricane King are burn brightly and burn out even faster.
There were many kings of Glacier from that were younger, that were around that age over the years.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I didn't consider that, yes.
I do believe there was one king who was 4, but I do think he did not hold the throne long. But because he never really held it in the first place, being so young.
Mm-hmm. So if
But
you
I
really,
ramble.
So if you really think about it, Captain, if either one of us took the crown of Hurricane King, we would be on the older end of things.
I suppose so. Relatively speaking. What about when it comes to matters of things like policy? You know where I stand. We're liberators. But are there any others in the...
Well,
I wonder if there's any in the council who might not exactly be keen with such ideals, if you catch my meaning.
You're speaking of the slavery practices, yes?
Yes. In fact, to circle back to your very first question, Tommy, we have this one life. We should say what we feel, love who we want, see what we want, take this world for what we can, in what fleeting light is granted to us. I don't think that anyone should be subjugated to that matter.
An idealist and a philosopher. You continue to surprise me.
Yes, mix it together and it's a fairly nasty poison.
Well,
Did you know what they say about poison? A little every day, you grow stronger against it.
that's true. I won't pretend not a lot of people would agree with your assertions, myself included. But no one is going to say no to the one who wears the crown. So how you choose to make that assertion and assert it in the world as Hurricane King is up to you. It
But
is
first,
it is the nature of a council to not always see eye to eye, but to still, at the end of all things, be there to stand at each other's side when the push comes to shove.
and from my understanding, a shoving is coming, perchance.
Quite the big shove indeed.
Aesop takes another long sip of his his little swirly drink there's like a long pregnant silence, and then just you see the little swirly drink go through his straw.
You hear the little like straw like getting air bubbles in it, you know, the little noise.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that is precisely my brand of humor.
Beautiful. Mm.
It's the slight shove.
Yeah. The troubles.
Yeah, the trouble. Oh god.
The slight inconvenience.
The brief upset. Gosh.
Well, we were when our business was concluded here in Port Peril. I do believe Quent was our next stop before making our way south again. So we'll be certain to drop by the old House of Stolen Kisses to see what we might ascertain.
Perfect. And by all means, if you need anything, please just let me know. I will be more than happy to provide any sort of aid that I can.
I don't think we could ask for a stronger start to our alliance.
She will hold up her glass of very, very red wine. To new beginnings and brighter futures.
And the horizons beyond. He lists with his drink.
She will smirk at that and then take a
Slurp.
long drink.
And he's just thinking in the back of his head, this is going to be quite the news to break to the Siren crew.
Indeed. As the scene fades to black, and you enjoy the rest of your dinner, you know, making comfortable conversation, relative, you know, ease of enjoyment, and we slide over to Ryuuko and Frieda. Ryuuko.
Yeah.
It's time for science cooking. You and Croup are in Aesop's alchemy lab.
Please don't touch the projects I have in motion. Thank you. Don't touch the egg.
Oh no, I just put them on the shelf. The egg.
The egg.
What egg?
But what if I need it to make the sauce?
It's not that. It is not that kind of egg.
It's his homunculus.
You're not supposed to say that out loud.
It's a son.
That was a secret.
All right, crew. We need to know.
All right. So, Ryuuko and Croup. It's time for science. Figuring out what is this secret sauce. Do you have craft alchemy, Ryuuko?
No. Oh, fuck no.
Do you have... What is your intelligence modifier?
3.
Not bad.
That's right. I rolled really well.
Yeah,
on her. I
that's
didn't
right,
get
you
anything
did.
Under
You
a
did.
16.
Yeah. All right.
When your
Oh,
dump stat
16.
is a
That's
16.
16's my dump stat. Whatever. Intelligence.
All right. So with that, I want you to roll an intelligence check to assist Croup because he has craft alchemy.
Yes, +2.
Let's get that. 8 plus 2.
That fat +2.
23.
Yes, crew. Need to know.
It's just sweet baby rice.
I'm in my home
My
element.
best friend here.
I'm in my home element. I'm in my homeland. I know what must be done. I've got this. It is. Yes, Croup with the Bunsen burner and the goggles. It is. Sweet baby race.
Oh my god, it would be.
with a
Better
bit of a hickory kick to it. It's the good
To
shit.
be fair.
To be fair, it's the good shit. It is the secret sauce. I've got this. It is. Let me get 1 second. It is. Let me see. I'm gonna pull this up on Firefox because I'm not going to go through so many fucking ads for this.
Fair enough.
There we go.
Good day, sir.
God damn it. God damn it, Chrome. Alright. So, I've got this. We have... We have tomatoes, brown sugar, molasses,
Writing down.
pineapple juice, Worcestershire sauce, and apple cider vinegar. Smoked paprika, dry mustard powder, cornstarch, garlic powder, salt, and hot sauce, black
This checks
pepper,
out, honestly.
onion powder, cayenne pepper. These are the ingredients of the secret sauce.
I wrote all of it down.
You know what? I believe it.
Every time your lips smacked, I imagine he was just tasting it, and he was getting each ingredient just by tasting it.
Brown sugar.
Savor it. Warm it up.
Warm it up. All 9,000 taste buds.
The onion powder, though. Oh boy.
That's a 10.
Man,
All
well,
9,000
to
taste
be
buds.
fair, I guess using powder makes sense. They're not necessarily fresh.
Mhm.
Just powder it up.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
makes sense out here. Although maybe there's some people that grow things inland. I don't know.
Mhm. It'd be the fresh ones would be ketchup and pineapple for the most part.
Pineapple should be easy in the
Oh,
aisles.
yeah,
I'm sure
yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, so it's tomato and pineapples, and then the rest is just dry ingredients.
And tomatoes grow fucking anywhere.
Anywhere,
They grow inside
yeah.
themselves.
Yes, they do. It's actually quite
Yes.
terrifying.
Tomatoes are absolutely terrifying. They
But-
just will grow.
What I will
like
also
potatoes.
say, Ryuuko, this is a side of Croup that you have not actually seen. Like, he is quite he is quite skilled in the culinary arts. Despite
Oh,
his
hell
appearance.
yeah, I believe it. No,
Mm-hmm.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a
Cooked
chicken
with him
familiar.
for a while
Of course
now.
he
Why I
is.
haven't seen this exact side of him?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew it. I could sense his passion.
Uh-huh. I will say.
He's my best friend.
Oh, yeah, of course. You said you have a 16 intelligence, correct?
Yes.
He has an 18 intelligence.
Oh my gosh. He's
That's
smarter
why
than
that
me.
is why he has such a high check for his craft alchemy. A +8.
Well,
He is
goddamn.
min-max.
Mhm.
Mhm.
He has a
In all the right
+8
ways.
on his craft alchemy, and he has a skill focus for profession cook. That's why he's got a good cook score as well. So,
Only I didn't have to wield a big sword.
mhm.
But I
Alright.
must. How else are we gonna carve that giant ass fish?
Hell yeah! Speaking of which,
Mhm.
go ahead, roll me your joint cooking skill. And this time,
Really, it's
Croup,
not my day.
Croup is going to assist you.
It's not my day.
You sure? Well, actually, they both rolled the same, so.
It's our day.
It's our day. It's gonna be good.
I feel like us being in sync makes it better. I feel like
it
it's a
does.
situational
It
bonus.
does.
The two of you singing a song and passing ingredients back and forth by throwing them through the air. Don't
Oh,
even have
yeah.
to look, you just catch it.
Yep. Yep. God, that's so perfect. All right, Ryuuko. Between you and Croup, this is probably, you remember on the Wormwood when you prepared that slaughtered hog for Harrigan and his captain's crew,
Mhm.
like his officers. You guys are eating even better
I
than
do.
that tonight.
Oh.
You got braised pork ribs glazed in the secret sauce that you have reverse engineered for future creations. And I will say that every time that you are able to create that, you will get a +2 circumstance bonus on your cooking check on the food.
Oh, beautiful.
Mhm. These beautiful braised pork ribs, expertly sliced ahi tuna.
Oh.
Chef's kiss, literally.
Oh yeah.
Everyone is eating.
And
good
unlike
tonight.
when we made the pig for the officers before, this is actually going to everybody. There's
Yeah,
enough for all of
exactly,
us.
Woo!
exactly. There is enough for everyone, and it is going to everyone instead of just the ship officers.
Mhm.
Because before,
We treat
there
our
was,
men
I will say, Ryuuko, before, there was enough for everyone with that slaughtered pig.
Oh, there was. It was a giant boar.
Yes. But
Disgusting.
it all went to the ship officers that time around. This time, you are making good on every last bit. Making sure that the
Yes.
crew is eating good tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Because a happy crew is a crew that works efficiently
Exactly.
And it's
And you know
loyal.
what's-
and won't
You know what's-
mutiny.
You know what's great about that is that I love the idea. There's like just before we finished up, everybody finished up their errands earlier. Like you guys were watching Harrigan's ship, and just talking about how, God, ruling a crew by fear. Everyone looks so miserable over there. That never works. And then and then 5 minutes later, ladies, gentlemen, Daddy's home with ribs.
Daddy's
They're gonna
bringing...
be their crew is gonna see us partying tonight. It's gonna be like that meme of like the fucking like soy jack in bed with like the music and partying out the window.
It's just playing caramel dancing over in the distance.
Yeah.
Back when Pokemon Sword and Shield came out, did you ever see that video of like the Nurse Joy at the center at 3 a.m. while you just hear off in the distance from the city
Yeah.
the music
The
going
giant
on.
Pokemon head popping up out of the stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah. God.
You're gonna need to show me what that is, because that sounds amazing.
It's so good. Oh my gosh. All right. So, with that, with you guys finishing up the cooking, and Saphyrus, Aesop, and Nagaina finishing up the meeting, it's decently late at night, probably like 8-9 p.m. when Nagaina, Saphyrus, and Aesop make their way back to the ship. The ribs are delicious. The ahi tuna is delectable. It's juicy. And you guys are
enough left over for
partying.
us?
There is plenty left over.
Okay, that's fine. If there wasn't, you know what? I'm probably, you know what? Probably regardless, he'd probably go grab some before we leave Port Peril again too. Just
You can tell
Make a note
that
of
the crew kind of, there was like, take 2 ribs and a slice of tuna, and wait for the captain to get back, basically, so that he can enjoy it, and then everyone can go ham. Yeah. It was one of those situations where it wasn't like ordered or anything, but it was kind of like silently agreed upon that.
yeah.
Be conservative until you got back. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, on our way back, I would like the chance to speak to Saphyrus. It'll probably be short, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just as we make our way back, I'm sure Nagaina's still here too. So I mean, obviously she wants to speak up. She can, but you've just been enjoying yourself.
Oh yeah. She had her ribs and she got to have her fancy dinner too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Captain Fairwind is quite a beautiful woman, isn't she?
She is quite very good at flaunting her power. Not in a arrogant way, not in a arrogant way, but in a she knows where she belongs type of way.
And her very discerning eye to sit there and be lining herself up perfectly for the near future, wouldn't you say?
Yes, leads me to think that she was waiting for someone like us to come along, a crew like ours to come along.
I'm sure that she is just as tired of the current Hurricane King as many of the other grumbles would suggest. And quite often it is that new and upcoming virile spirit that sways the people into action.
All the more reason to win that regatta, yes?
Indeed.
Change the music here.
We should. Make sure we are prepared.
Any thoughts from you, as well, when it comes to some of what we learned? Vera's movements, Hell Knights, the sort.
No. As I was able to make out from my perusal of the library, for sure we will need to keep our eyes open for the religious scarring that the members of the Hell Knights will do. Even if they are trying to avoid it at the time, this doesn't mean that there isn't a scar left. And the more we find, and the more we learn, the more of an ally Fairwind becomes. And the wider the legend grows, and the more that wish to flock under your banner, making for quite the argument for your future position.
You really want me to have that throne, don't you, Aesop?
Better you than someone else.
Nagaina says as you pass by Harrigan's ship in the distance.
Looking out.
Mm-hmm.
Writer and artist juxtaposition to sit there and make a point. Look at you. I think Nagaina makes a good point.
One worth aspiring towards. But all the more reason to heed your counsel, Hana's, and everyone else's. Because from the sound of things, we are going to need to be more steeled than ever before. And I think more will flock to us if we show that willpower and necessity.
Of course.
We'll need to be a beacon.
Of course.
Nice.
Looking at him as he's kind of looking out reflectively, headed back towards the ship. He is no longer the questioning thing, Saphyrus, you met at the very beginning.
The spark of a new confidence grows in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That spark that some have said is the spark of an adventurer, of a hero, a villain, a man of greatness. And I will be here to see it.
Yeah.
Turns out Pirate Campaign is just Aesop's memoirs.
God, that'd be so fucking cool. I'd believe it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like
just
Heaven's
like
Word.
just like Heaven's Word.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know it at the time, but goddamn.
Would I find out?
But first, we had to fuck around.
And then we found out.
We had to,
Fucking around, we shall
as
do.
we had to, as the captain once said, fuck around a little bit. All right, good deal, good deal.
Yay!
So you make your way back onto the ship. You get yourself some ribs and tuna, ribs and fish.
Have someone prestidigitate it for me a little bit to restore some of that heat.
Reheat it
Oh,
real
no,
quick.
trust me, we timed it, so it
Oh,
would
you
be
timed it.
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
What a good chef does.
They have they have
What do you
methods.
take us for?
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
It was very kind of you to do so.
You got there
you
within
were-
you got there within the 8 minutes that it got served.
That's fine.
So you're good.
The real torture was having to smell it cooking for all that time.
True.
You just, as we're walking up to the ship, y'all just smell.
Everyone starts walking
Deliciousness.
fast. Nagaina starts sprinting on all fours.
Cubedo starts racing her.
Oh my god.
But no,
They're both running like rabid animals.
Is my mask so vet? Oh yes.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
I might have to get my mask worked on. I can smell it even through this.
That's all Ryuuko and Krupp for you.
Ooh, the smell is going to linger around the laboratory for some time. Oh, my stomach is not going to enjoy that, and by that I mean it will be busy rumbling, and I won't be able to hear my own thoughts over it.
Well, the cure for that is I'll just have to go get some more from F&M before we depart.
No, not
Oh,
needed.
Captain, you drive a hard bargain. You drive a hard bargain.
Fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Oh, yes.
I'd say it's more of a universal... Hunger knows no gender.
There you are. All right. So you make your way onto the ship. Is there any player roleplay that you would like to engage in tonight?
I would like to use the smell of the cooking and our party to convince Harrigan to join my crew.
Roll me intimidate check.
Oh god. Please, no.
Oh my god.
Well, if
Are you rolling it? I told you to roll it.
I can, it's a joke.
Let me
but
see
sure.
it. Let me see it.
no
Just do it.
takebacks.
No
It's not my-
takes
You said
back.
you were
Here.
doing it.
I just
No.
want to say it's not a class skill until I hit 8th level yet, because I'm
That's
doing
fine.
a special feet grabber, but here we
That's
go.
fine. That's fine.
Look at all the 17. Everybody's rolling 17s
I
all
love
of a
it.
sudden. What?
I love it.
That's the number.
We're in sync.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? If they never took notice of you before, they do now. Oh, wow, wow. You've
As
got
our
your
fucking
party.
rib, as our ship releases its ribs pheromones.
Fire some fireworks into the sky. You know.
Oh my god.
You got like a laser light show blinking in the on top of your deck. It's just
Got a boy band singing tonight.
Oh my
yeah, the
God.
root sandstorm. You got the root sandstorm going. You've got
I name my Tyranitar Darude.
hell yeah.
Nice. I have a pair of sunglasses over my mask.
Oh
Just
hell
to
yeah.
get all the fucking light out, because
Yeah.
goddamn, am I going blind?
Somebody shines a light on Woden, and then all of like the
Luckily-
stars on his plumage start.
Luckily,
like,
Port
become a light
Peril.
show.
Luckily, Port Peril is no stranger to wild and crazy parties, so you don't get any noise complaints tonight. But everyone takes notice.
Christ.
All
I
right.
mean, with the smell, how could
If
you not?
Exactly.
if there is no other roleplay, if Frieda wanted to get the roleplay we had planned tonight, we could do that
Sure.
after the party's
Sure.
over,
Sure,
before we go to bed, sort of deal.
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
I mean, you could join us in bed.
I mean,
Was that for her or for me? It's for her, of
Oh,
course.
she's
it's
already
her.
there.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
So that means, yes, it was for you.
Anyways,
You'll
goes downstairs without saying a word.
trust me, you're fast tracking her application.
What the? Don't worry, Ryuuko. I used the star chart trap.
Ooh.
I cast
Went through with
Star
it?
Chart.
The trick.
Jesus. Anyways,
No, do carry on. We're just being
You're
silly.
I know. So, I don't know if there would be any better music for it, but we can just keep this one if you want.
Here, I can do something that's. Let's see. Let's do this one. I don't know what kind of mood you're going for, but I'll just do this one for. Yeah.
Aesop's music worked for just about anything. So,
Yeah.
So I ask Frieda, and I also ask Nilaru to come down as well.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So Wuten can use Nilaru as you see fit. So.
All right.
Frieda is, she's washed her hands of all of this sauce, and is on her way down.
Oh, it smells like a great meat hall in here.
Is this a familiar smell to you?
Well, I wouldn't say the sauce is familiar, not that it wasn't amazing, but,
Pop down to.
a wild fire board over an open fire, many hearty warriors standing round sharing stories under the name of Vinla.
It's a familiar
Dancing.
smell and sight that I have more than once. From my tribes.
A wonderful thing. A wonderful thing.
Of course.
Although, that is not the reason why I wished to speak with you. And you as well, Nilaru. At some point, you will need to be introduced to these understandings anyway. Now is a better time than any. And for you, Frieda, you asked for my help in looking more into this, the new moon. I know it has a name, and I know we figured it out. I don't know how we all figured it out, but we all figured it out. Zabel Farrowe, yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know how we all figured it out, but somehow we all figured out its name. Maybe it was
I cast
It was the
divination.
divination magic. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would make sense as to why everybody gets the name. Okay,
Yep.
fair enough. Ask
it's-
the gods, and they
just-
tell you.
It's
I
the
just
gods.
straight up
Pretty
asked.
Yeah.
It just asked. Yeah.
So,
No one thought to ask because no one knew it was there. Once they started asking, oh yeah, it's Zabel Farrowe. What,
And
yeah, it's no
So-
biggie.
it's always
Told
been
you
there.
that. God,
Silly little
which one?
mortals. You keep forgetting things.
So, you asked for my help in looking into this new moon, this Zabel Farrowe. And I think that perhaps your understanding of the stars and any insight from a different perspective could be useful.
It is very important to me that we understand what this new moon is, what it means, what it does, and what it will do.
Yes, and as you are speaking, he is busy clearing the alchemy table of all of its contents so that he can lay out a parchment. Large map-sized one, which he will begin drawing on.
Mm-hmm.
So, something useful to sit there and set out the structure, to sit there and help with perhaps understanding more of this moon's place within the cosmos. And we will see if your understanding is the same. The knowledge that we have of the universe as it stands. What very little has come from the wizards themselves, seeing as they have some of the most powerful known casters in history have had the ability to travel the planes as they see fit, and as all wizards tend to be, jealously guard their knowledge. But one of the original founders of the Cullen Association developed a method of casting his sight out into the universe. It is a unknown recipe to me as of now, and I imagine only the highest members know its full recipe. But it is known as Cadman's Sight, allowing one to cast their mind to see. Not in the same way as a wizard, mind you, for they, in many of they, actually traverse the planes. This is more of a, how you say, an augury. Not an augury, it is a clairvoyance, shall we say.
The ability to see.
Yes.
But not fear.
Yes. He begins to draw. Here then, in the center of all things, is the world that we inhabit. The world of... I know we have the name.
Algeria.
Thank you. The world of Algerian. He draws out a circle. He is surprisingly good at calligraphy and art, though his many, many, many years of writing, I'm sure, means that he has a steady hand.
Mm-hmm.
Here then is where we all live, breathe, and die. Around here, he draws out another circle and draws it out into quarters. Around it then are the sources of all of the material that builds up the material plane. The plane of fire, water, earth, and air, of which the collisions of these, the conflux of these elements in the center where we are, creates the ever-changing chaos that we, as mortals, bring order to. This entire process, of course, being I'm trying to think. I've got words. I know I do.
All good.
This entire process, of course, facilitated by the ever-raging inferno of positive energy that we call the sun, the seat of the great king himself. And I know I remember his name too, but goddamn, I can't fucking remember anything right now. Regidos, yes. The great king himself, Regidos. The king of kings. Forth from here, then, comes all of the energy of life, speeded down onto the planet, the fertile planet, the Mother Gaia, to sit there and bring forth life anew. Now, many might sit there and think, does the other moon actually have a name?
I think it does. Give me a second.
I know that Lunaeus is said to live on the dark side of that moon, but I don't know if it's... I mean, it could just be Luna. So
I think, Lunaeus would infer Luna.
It is.
Yeah. So it would make sense that Luna would be its name, or Lunaeus, named after the god himself. So
we do have a
I'd say Lunaeus would make sense if we doesn't has one, but yeah, I think we do have a name. I just can't remember it.
Well, a name it could have is being named after the god, so even if it does have another title. We'll just call it Lunaeus.
For now. I do have a name.
People will use both forms. They'll use both Lunaeus and Luna, just depending on how they're, more feminine, more masculine, that sort of deal. Just depends on how they want to refer to it, but both names work. Here then we have the first moon, the moon that we all know, the moon Luna, Lunaeus. Many sit there and believe that the moon is the opposite of the sun, but this is not in fact the case. In fact, what it is as it moves through the cosmos, moves through the constellations, is a complement to the sun, not its opposite. Carrying its light to those places that the sun does not, as of the moment, touch, just to ensure that it is watched and cared for. the same way that Linnea sits there and cares for those under his watch, while they wait for their chance to be judged and sent forth to their final resting place.
Is kind
However,
of leaning over this. She's watching carefully, but you can see her eyes are following.
Oh,
and
okay.
he is drawing this out as he talks about it.
All right. The moon's name is Ara, named after the first king of Placerfrom.
So that would be another name to refer to it as. Many refer to it as Ara, but the followers of Lunaeus, since it is his seat of power, they will call it Luna or Lunaeus. Which, Luna probably because it's Lunaeus and it is the masculine, Luna the feminine, and of course if you refer to the earth as mother, the moon also makes sense as a sort of mother. So many will call this moon Ara, others will call it Luna, as the counterpart to Lunaeus the Watcher. It is a complement to the sun, not its opposite. It carries its light force to those places that the sun as of the moment does not touch to maintain its watchful eye and presence. However, every once in a while, he will draw another circle between the sun and the material plane and color it in as black as he can. Every so often, the moon will pass perfectly between the planet, between our Earth. We would not necessarily understand it as a planet yet, maybe, but
our world.
Our world, yes, will pass between our world and the sun. When this happens, precisely an eclipse. And, so should many say, what this eclipse does, besides blocking out the light of the positive energy of the sun, it creates a mirror. The two complements working together to mirror the sun's true opposite, the black hole sun. What I believe to be the case, then, is that this moon, the Farrowe, is the complement of the black hole sun. And what I worry the most about is that if that is the case, where is it? Is it also hidden? Is it coming? Could it be a sign of something more sinister? What do you think?
You believe that this new moon is an omen?
I do. As Luna is the complement to the sun, so do I think that this Farrowe is the complement to the sun's opposite. Instead of positive, he draws, again, above the sun itself, a plane where the energy seems to seep to the sun to then seep to the material plane. He marks it as the positive, there'll be a proper name for, we have names, I know them, but it's the positive energy plane. We do have names for them, it's written down somewhere.
Yeah.
I know
Somewhere.
that one, I just don't know where.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. Don't worry.
So he draws that, and then at the bottom end, he does an opposite and colors it in as black as he can. For since everything in the universe has its opposites, so too does positive energy, the energy of creation itself, of life, of change, has its opposite. Destruction, death, decay, end. And if the moon is a complement to the sun, what is Farrowe the complement of?
Your eyes.
Look, you can't see the blush. I don't know why you keep trying.
Frieda is pacing, or more aptly floating the floor right now, back and forth.
While you do that, he continues to draw out more of the great wheel, sitting there and showing the other the conceptual planes that exist alongside the positive and negative energy. Sitting there, and on one side, showing how the flow of energy then moves out from the material plane into the astral, whence most sources of, say, mana for magic will be drawn from. alongside the energies of the planes and the positive energy to properly create them.
Yep.
That energy flowing out into the conceptual planes, one half of it being drawn with short, stenciled, short, rough, but even, very even and orderly lines, whereas the other half drawing willy-nilly,
Mhm.
chaotically, one
Yep.
could say.
You've got heaven, you've got Elysium on like the top end for the positive, for the good, on each side of law and chaos. And then on the bottom side, you've got on the negative, evil side, you've got hell, and then hell on the lawful side, and the abyss on the chaotic side.
And in the middle, I believe, was Hades.
Abaddon.
I think that was
is the
neutral.
word.
Abaddon is the neutral.
Abaddon, yeah.
Yeah, Abaddon is the neutral evil. Yeah.
The one that sits just below the plane of shadow and sits just above the source of all destruction itself.
Yeah.
Frieda places a hand on the diagram you've drawn.
They are known by different names, but these are all very similar, very familiar to things that I know. Some things you explain more, how do I put it, physically, but it is the same scripture. The veils between realms, near yet far. As spirit watchers, we are familiar
Wherever
with
you are.
these. For it is the natural cycle of the soul to migrate between these planes. No?
Of course, to sit there and to make their way to the moon, where they await their final judgment, from Aeon, to pass through the gates, to the plane they most align with, or to whichever god wishes to lay claim.
I would also say that it is very strange seeing where you have placed your gods, your people, I mean. We were aware
He'll tilt his
of
head.
this. You claim that there is a god in the sun. I'm afraid we have no such god where I am from.
Really? Despite the prominence of the sun's life-giving energy in the sky?
Oh, we know that. As a shaman of the heavens, we are familiar with the positive energy that the sun gives off, as we are with most of the stars in the sky. You say that the moon is merely a complement to the sun.
Yes.
Spiritually, my tribe always saw them as a brother and a sister, dancing through the sky. Maybe
I would still...
complement would not be the right word, but I'm not saying you are wrong, merely that spiritually, the moon and the sun are one and the same, giving off different energies, if you understand. And now that this new moon,
She points to the one you've drawn.
has appeared, you believe that this moon might have a similar, darker brother. It is foreboding.
He is sitting there and stroking his chin as best he can. I do not believe that what you say of a brother and sister is all too separate from my own, although perhaps the precise language is a little different. Should you look beyond the language and look at what we are truly pointing at, I believe we are not so far apart.
Both have a
there a-
relationship in some way. Yeah.
A
Was
brother
there
and sister's
a,
relationship is a complementary relationship in many a way. That
Mind
as
if-
of that of a husband and wife.
Mind if I ask if there was a hint of distaste in the way he referred to her language?
Honestly, he probably just sounds more clinical.
Okay, that's
He's
fine.
not. It's not no distaste, but more like just dispassion in general.
That's
just-
fine.
Stating what seems to be the case. He seemed to be busy trying to lay out the facts before him, rather than necessarily trying to make moralistic judgments about it.
Hmm.
I do not think that they are all that different, save if looking past the languages. But yes, the moon, being a carrier of the energy of the sun to the places it does not shine, as its complement, yes, I do believe that this new moon is a foreboding omen of perhaps that which is mirrored during an eclipse, which, should Zabulfaros have been unseen to this time, I wonder how long before its complement will show itself. And that terrifies me.
You are scared?
The energy of destruction making itself known? Does that not even slightly prickle?
It would
The stroking of his
depend.
chin is slightly faster.
It would depend. Aesop, let me ask you. Your people, how do they view the disparity between the positive and the negative energy, the dark and the light?
Positive energy, the energy that flows forth from the sun, is the energy of life. It is the energy of goodness. It is the energy of change meant to be harnessed and ordered by mortal hands. Negative energy is its opposite. It is destruction. It is the end of things. It is decay. It is evil. It is the end of life. The snuffing out of thought, emotion, perception of the self. It is where the demons and the devils reside. Using of its energies are just as fearful of it themselves. The only beings truly at home, both being beings and yet not. I know very little of them myself, save that I have read in the occasional book that there may well be something there. I like to think of it as similar to if one was to think of the elementals, the sapient spirits that inhabit the material planes, such as the elementals of fire or water. I would imagine that such a creature could exist of the other energies as well. At least that is my thought based on what I have read. I would imagine a being like that would be terrifying were it to be summoned to this plane. Its very existence anathema to everything around it, destroying it, ending its very existence, not even transforming, but ending outright.
We teach something a little different.
How so?
If I tell you, will you reserve your judgment?
I am here to come to the truth of the matter. Should it be that what you say is true, there will be no need for judgment. However, I will promise that I will approach what you have to say with my mind and spirit open to its possibilities.
That is all I ask. I am a foreigner in a strange land. I have been doing my best to not step on your toes. I have been doing my best to understand and appreciate your culture, your traditions, your laws, your people, your way of doing things. I only ask now that you show such interest, that you do the same for me. And understand that I would like to think of myself as one who is reasonable.
All of the mortal races have the ability to be reasonable and to interact with this world of ours to come to its understanding. So, of course.
Very well. My tribe, we teach that one must be at one with nature. We must find balance. We must find ways of moving with the forces we find ourselves in. A great structure will fall before the power of a storm, but the grass bends and moves with it, and thus can never be made to bow. And so we teach this with all things, with the floods that come in the winter, we move, with the herds of beasts that migrate, we move with them. This is how we have lived. This is how we continue to live and survive so many harsh winters. And we also take this into account spiritually. There are many kinds of spirits, Aesop. There are good spirits. There are evil spirits, spirits of the stars, spirits of war, spirits of the trees. And we teach balance in these things too. The energies you speak of, we know of them, but we teach them less disdainfully. We see good and evil. We see these positive and negative forces, and we teach balance between them as well. These things are all natural parts of the world that have come to build it as we know it today. This balance is what we like to keep and ensure that nothing grows out of balance. What I wish to understand now is multiple things. Say your theory is true. Say that this dark force does come. I wonder if it is truly a natural or unnatural force. This force that, perhaps like this moon, was always meant to be in the sky. And I wonder what that means for the world around us. Also, if that is not the case, then we have been lied to. We have been misjudging things. Perhaps there is not balance in this world. Perhaps that is something that we have made a mistake on.
He looks down at the drawing that he's made below. Then you speak of balance. Then you speak of these spirits. And I look at the grand wheel itself. Each thing has its opposite. Each thing has its, I suppose, as you would say, a balancing factor.
Indeed. So, are you saying we live in an unbalanced world? And what would happen if this balance was restored? Would it all be such destruction, as you say, or would things be returning to the way it always should have been? And, more importantly, is that a good thing?
I believe by the very definition it would not be.
My brain hurts.
Or
I'm sorry.
would
I'll
nothing
keep
change at all?
going.
Something
Fine.
I'll also give to you, Frieda. Or would nothing
Yes.
change at all, like with the tides that you discovered before?
Exactly. That
Nothing.
is actually that's a
broken.
really good point.
When this
That's how
moon first
Valen knew.
appeared-
That's how he knew.
When this moon
was
first
his name.
appeared, there was nothing that changed. The nymph of the waters still danced and crossed, following the ladies of the sky. But perhaps
The Fae folk.
it could be a similar thing with this dark force. Maybe its power is already here, already felt, and we do not know it. This is all speculation, of course. I do not know. This will require many divinations with the stars. But I ask you to think on it. What does this mean? Are we truly living in balance?
I will
If
offer
so-
this as an alternative. If we truly lived in balance, why do we not see more of the dead walking of their own accord? Why is it that it's something that is required to be summoned forth, an energy that must be brought rather than one that is already here? How come half of the planet is not full of beings that hate life? That does not seem balanced to me. Perhaps Zebopharos should have always been here, as you say, based upon the patterns of the tides, which I will not doubt. Perhaps it was not a very dangerous force. Perhaps this dark counterpart of the sun. Perhaps there was some force that locked it away to sit there and keep it from devouring the entirety of the universe. To sit there and speak of things in balance saves the fact that one of the forces wishes for nothing more than the complete annihilation and devouring of everything else. That does not seem so equal to me. The power of destruction and creation are not the same, nor do they do the same things. And of course, as living creatures, as those of goodness and life and positive, the good life, the goodly races, anything anathema to that would naturally be disgusting. Something to be destroyed. To keep it from ending our lives, as the only thing that it exists for is destruction. But we can live for something more. Because we can make choices. That is something that destruction can never do. Creation is the essence of choice, destruction is not. So, perhaps, maybe this
Yeah,
force is not felt in the world, and in fact is perhaps locked away. Perhaps the gods did so, perhaps the dragons did so. At this point, anything beyond would be less than speculation. But I thought you have sat there and given me a great deal to sit there and think about. And more directions in which to sit there and focus my research.
And you me. Though I would also point out that I think just because you do not see undead wandering around the world is not a reason for not feeling the negative energy's presence. Undead are merely a corruption of that power, a use of it, a way you can manipulate it, but it is not something natural. I would say, in my opinion, from what I have seen in the world, the forces of evil and negative energy, whatever you would like to call it, have always been at work. It has always been here. You just don't always see it. The same way you might not always see the positive energy flowing through you.
Oh,
I
but I
think-
promise you that I can in fact feel it. He will kind of put his hand on his stomach for a second and pat it.
I am
This
sure
exit I have done.
I am sure you can. But even so, just because you do not see something does not mean it is not there. That was one of the first lessons my mother taught me. And I think we should keep that in mind. Now, once again, I am not saying I advocate for the destruction of everything we stand for here.
I would certainly hope not.
No. But I do care about the balance of this world and understanding it. And I wish to know. I wish to see. Are we
Is
truly
that-
living in balance? I
Go ahead, you
would
finish.
like to think we are, but I am biased.
Well, on the point of coming to see and understand and know, for sure we can agree, and that is what tells me that we will figure this out, and that I can trust that you wish to know just as much as I do. You have given me much to sit there and think about, and one of the most important pieces to come from this is that your people's understanding of the world and ours are not so different, which means it must be much closer to correct than it is not.
Two peoples on the other side of the world,
See the same
working
stars.
towards the same thing and see the same.
So much for a pirate game, am I right, guys?
I know, right? I want to make me think and use my brain, like, and
That's
making
why
me
we're
feel things.
doing it. That's why we're
Yeah.
doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also giving fuel for the other DMs for their eventual campaigns.
Oh, dude, don't worry. This is fucking diesel engine shit right here.
I am
Yeah, I know.
eating good. I am eating good, yes.
The coffee pot is percolating.
Characters get ribs, and I'm getting thoughts, and they're all naughty.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
look!
I
I
love
know
this.
I know you want me in your bed. I don't understand why so much.
Yes.
She wants to know what's under the mask.
The mask stays on.
Yes.
Anyways.
That was her plan all along.
Oh,
The mask stays on. Anyway.
anyways, then I will refocus my research now here in the future and see what I can figure out. And should there not be any more writing on it, maybe it's time to start making some new writings. No?
Agreed. If you will forgive me, did not always see the same joy in your material viewing of the world. But I do understand your importance, its importance. And I'm glad I have you with me to help me through this. There is one thing, one minor correction that I suppose I would add.
As you are saying this, he is removing a pot of tea from the Bunsen burner and pouring tea for all three. Nilru has been quiet, but, that's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Nilru,
She's just
Nilru's
absorbing
eyes.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she I think she fucking like blue screened like 5 sentences in.
She has been following along as best she can.
She's my brain right now. I did blue screen.
Chaotic, real quick, what is Nilru's intelligence modifier that you've got?
I will go ahead and take a look real quick. Whoop. Says +2. Her intelligence is 14.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got decent
She's not
intelligence.
unintelligent.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, she's just this is all new information to her, orc
New
tribes.
thoughts going through her brain.
Yeah, well,
It's a little out of her
for the orc
wheelhouse.
tribes. For the orc tribes, their understanding of the cosmos is Gorum and Pog. Those are the two. That's all. You know, you've got war and you have strength. And like strength and honor and blood and thunder. You know, that's those are the two. And so this is her sort of coming to
There is a sun in the sky, isn't there?
coming to a bigger understanding.
That is why he wanted her here, because she is his apprentice, after all.
Yeah, exactly. You see the white whale. God. Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, I mean, unless anyone else has...
Y'all are done word
I did
fucking
have-
down that
I
we're gonna
did have-
actually people
I had
fuck up
one
here.
more thing. I had one more thing.
Yeah, I was pouring the tea.
All right.
Yeah.
One more thing. One
more
more
thing.
quick thing.
Okay.
Oh, I have poured the tea. And we
There
sip.
is only one small correction I would add, or, well, I won't call it a correction, but I will say it is something I was taught different, and that I would like to believe different.
She stands up. What were you using to draw all of this with? A pencil, a quill, a pen?
I'm going to assume like a charcoal pencil.
Okay. She will gently pick up the charcoal pencil.
My mother taught me, on one of the harshest winters, that choice is not either dark nor light. You claim that this positive energy is the inventor, the proprietor of choice, and that darkness is not. But I would disagree. Choice is neither good nor evil, nor lawful or chaotic. It comes from none of those forces. It is actually a choice, the choice, our choice, our will, is something that truly only mortals can call their own.
And as she does, she draws a circle around the material plane.
It is the one thing that is well and truly ours to make, and ours alone. Where your choice leads you from there to darkness or light, to chaos or archon, order. That is up to you.
And then she will place the charcoal pencil in his hands.
And will be your responsibility alone. So do not make the wrong choice.
And she smiles at you.
The wrong choice. I suppose it remains to be seen what the choices will be. He's not looking directly at you. It's almost like he's talking to himself now.
Talking to the pencil.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
Just something I thought an interesting contradiction. But you have given me much to think of as well. I will do my best to guide more divinations, ask more questions, speak with the spirits. If you can do your science thing,
Pokes a Bunsen burner.
I will leave that in your hands.
And then she will pick up her tea and begin sipping it.
Nice.
Ooh,
As the
nice
three will
blend.
sit and sip their tea as the scene fades to black.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, on the other side of philosophy,
two floors up, Ow.
And several
Ow.
drinks in.
Ow. Ow.
When's it gonna be my turn?
What I was gonna what I was gonna say was just, you know that happy fucking just silence where you're half dead after a really fucking good meal.
Yeah.
The old turkey coma, as it's sometimes called.
Oh, hell yeah. Yep.
That's Saphyrus in bed right now, just like the bliss of a really good dinner.
Was it good for you too?
As two pretty ladies sit there and cuddle up to him. I'm just saying. Captain's got his harem and he's building it more.
As one should.
Crew's not the only thing he's building.
One day I might be up there.
She doesn't say that.
You're invited.
Well, for now, you're down here with me discussing philosophy. Boring, I know.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. You've been perfectly lovely company.
Not nearly as exciting as one could say.
I suppose.
Pulls out his collar.
You're both invited.
Honestly, I ship Aesop and Frieda. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh,
why not?
I ship the two of them.
Oh no.
You're invited in the polycule.
This was not my
Stealing my girl.
Such devastation. This was not my intention.
Join the polycule,
God.
which shall consume all.
Oh gosh.
It's just gonna grow in power.
And you
until
guys
all is
Oh my
one.
God.
And you guys didn't think you were the party barge all along. Alright.
We're collected pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, we'll swap over music here. Was there anything else that anyone else had planned for today? Or do we want to go ahead and slide on to finishing up the session?
Let's carry forward.
All right. Well, with that, I think that's everything that I've got for now. But for those of you watching, thank you for tuning in. We hope all of you enjoyed. For the players, I hope that you all enjoyed plenty of roleplay, plenty of story beats, plenty of intrigue that is coming down the pipeline for this next chapter in your story. But next time we will start chasing down perhaps whatever these rumors could be. And as we gear up for the Free Captain's Regatta, pieces are moving on the board. And I hope all of you will be here for that next time on Pirates of the Red Isles. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We hope all you had fun, and we will see all of you in the next exciting episode. Bye-bye for now.
Ball
Of
Z.
Dragon
Bye-bye.
Ball Z. Bye for now.